Section 37 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 37. Edith remained motionless and bewildered. Her heart sank, she knew not why. Her tears flowed, she could not tell for what. Reginald was returned. Ought she not to be happy? But was it her own, her long-loved, her loving Reginald she had beheld? Oh, surely he was changed. Others might think him improved, but no change could improve that image so deeply impressed upon her heart. Edith loved too profoundly to admire. A long time elapsed ere she heard her father's slow and shuffling step crossing the hall to the drawing room, which he entered leaning on, or rather clinging to, Reginald, as if afraid he would again desert him. The traces of agitation were still visible in his face, for his grief for the loss of his son had been all awakened at sight of his nephew, that son's once inseparable playfellow and companion, now come to fill his place and succeed to all that should have been his. But the first burst of sorrow was over, and he again talked in his usual rambling, desultory way of the worldly objects to which his soul had cleaved, his estates, his rents, his woods, his cattle, his improvements, everything, in short, which could still minister to his pride.
"Glenroy has lost none of his hospitality since I left him,"
said Reginald, addressing Edith as he passed, supporting her father to his seat.
"And I dare say you can guess how unavailing remonstrance is at those times."
"He has only been making up for my omission, then," replied she, "as I forgot to ask whether you had dined. Perhaps," she added, with a slight blush, "that is because I had never before had occasion to treat you as a stranger."
"Treat him as a stranger?" exclaimed Glenroy angrily. "I'll have no strangers here. I never desire to see the face of a stranger within my door. Remember that, Edith. And to treat Reginald as a stranger, my own nephew, the man that you're to—"
"Oh, Papa," interrupted Edith hastily, "I beg your pardon, but you have quite misunderstood me. I did not mean
"No matter whether I've misunderstood you or not," cried Glenroy. "I say once for all that Reginald's not to be treated as a stranger in this house. He's to do as he pleases. Remember that, Reginald. You're to do exactly as you please. I'm getting old now, Reginald, and I've lost him that—"
Here grief for a moment got the better of his anger, and he groaned in the bitterness of his heart.
"My cousin does herself injustice,"
said Reginald, trying to soothe the weak and irritated feelings of the old man.
"She received me with more kindness than I deserved,"
and he sighed as he said it.
"How could that be?" cried Glenroy impatiently. "And to treat you as a stranger, too. And what would become of me if it was not for you, Reginald, and of her, too? Remember, Reginald, you're just as much master here as ever my own poor boy was."
Here another momentary gush of sorrow checked him, but quickly mastering it, he called,
"Ring the bell, Ben Bowie. He's grown as deaf's a post. Ring it again. Give it another tug. What the plague are these lazy dogs about?"
Then, when the summons was answered by the butler and deputy bearing tea and coffee,
"It wasn't that I rang for. But you all make one errand answer for two, if there should be a dozen of you. There, Boyd, remember I desire you, and all of you, to treat Sir Reginald with the greatest respect, and to obey him the same as myself. You hear me? And desire Mrs. Patterson to give us a supper like a dinner, and that quickly. Now don't you interfere, Reginald,"
as his nephew was about to remonstrate.
"I'm master here, and I'll do as I please, and it is my pleasure that you should be well treated, and do as you please. Remember that, Edith. And Boyd, Let all the servants have as much drink as they choose tonight to drink Sir Reginald's health and welcome home. Where's that idiot Molly Macaulay that she's not in the way? I have missed my kind-hearted, good-natured old friend, said Sir Reginald. I hope she is not far off. But before Edith had time to answer, Glenroy, with the rambling garrulity of an infirm mind, had started another subject. You would see, Reginald, that my tenants had got the principal premiums from the Highland Society this year. Malaran, that's he that's up the farm of Kildrunick, you know, up Glendocart. The same land Mattaggart had a lease of before your time. He got no fewer than 3 premiums. One was for the draining of the Dumas. You remember the Dumas, Reginald, up beyond the Roebuck Park? Many a time you shot a roebuck there, and the very last time Norman was out, he shot 3 with his own hand. He had become the very best shot in the country. Yes, he had. But there was not his match for anything. Nothing. Nothing.
Here another tide of fond recollection for a moment stopped the current of poor Glenroy's words. But he quickly rallied and resumed.
You would observe the plantation on the Skerridill Hill as you came along, Reginald. That's all new, and I'll venture to say you never saw a finer plantation. And by the by, Reginald, there has been some thinning of the wood since you were here, and I must cut some more. They're too thick a great deal. I'll give you a good portion with Edith out of the thinnings of the Glenhausen wood, and you shall mark the trees yourself, Reginald. We'll ride up tomorrow and look at them, if you'll put me in mind. Ben Bowie, ring the bell. Do you hear, Boyd? You'll send one of the men directly to the stables to desire my nab to have my horse ready for me to ride tomorrow. I'll let him know at what hour, and he's to go directly. And stay, do you hear, Boyd? He's to bring the black mare for Sir Reginald. The black mare,
repeated he as the servant left the room.
That was Norman's, and the handsomest creature I ever saw. Manab tells me Lord Allenby would give any money for her, but I'll not part with her. For what's money to me now that he's gone? But it's yours now, Reginald. You shall have anything that belonged to him. You shall, Reginald. Aye, Lord Allenby wanted to have her, so Manab told me. That's he, you know, that courted Edith when—
Oh, Papa! exclaimed Edith in a deprecating tone, and blushing deeply as Reginald turned upon her a look of surprise, which fixed into a piercing gaze of most earnest scrutiny.
It's no secret, I'm sure, cried Glenroy angrily, and if it was, I'll have no secrets here, for the conceited puppy thought he might have her for the asking, I believe. But upon my honour, Reginald, I would rather you had her than any man living. I would, upon my soul. What's Lord Allenby, or any lord among them, to me? The king can make a lord any day, but I defy him to make the chief of Glenroy. And that's what you'll be, Reginald, when I'm gone. And you're more to me than all the lords in the creation, now that I've no son of my own.
Grasping his nephew's hand in strong emotion.
And Edith shall be yours as soon as we can get everything settled. And in the meantime, we'll take a ride tomorrow and see the trees marked. And Edith, is there no word of that Molly Macaulay yet?
In this sort of bald, disjointed chat, the evening wore heavily away, without the lovers having an opportunity of conversing for an instant apart. For Glenroy would not suffer Reginald to stir from his side, and seemed even loath to lose sight of him when they separated for the night. End of chapter 37.
Section 38 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 38. Hitherto Edith had felt chilled and disappointed. Reginald, it was true, had been so engrossed by her father that it had not been in his power to devote himself to her, but he had not even looked as if he wished it. His air had been sad and abstracted, and only once had she seen his eye kindle with its wonted fire, and that was at the mention of Lord Allenby as her lover. The report had gone abroad, though without foundation, that he was an accepted one, and it might have reached Reginald, and hence all the mystery. He had been piqued, angry, jealous, and her father's words had merely conveyed the impression that she had rejected him as a suitor. But could Reginald then have believed her capable, even in thought, of breaking her plighted faith and renouncing her only love? And would he have yielded her up to a rival without a word? Yes, generous and high-minded as he was, he would have disdained to remonstrate, but oh, how he must have despised her. And Edith's cheek burned even at the thought. Then the strange expressions in his letter, his unaccountable delay in returning, his agitation at meeting, his abstracted and gloomy air, were all these to be referred to the same source? Yes, partly to that, and partly to the mournful circumstances under which they had met. The loss of Norman, the infirmities of her father, both in mind and body, must have shocked one who had so much cause to love him as Reginald had. And thus Edith strove to soothe her wounded feelings, and bar her breast against the admission of doubts worse than death. But all these reflections did not enable her to meet her lover with that easy, artless confidence of manner which had formerly rendered their intercourse so delightful. When they met at the breakfast table, there was mutual embarrassment. Reginald seemed less sad, indeed, than on the preceding evening, but still there was none of that gaiety and playfulness of manner which had been so often wont to call upon the smiles on her cheek. His manners were all elegance and suavity, but they lacked the affectionate warmth of former days, and though his countenance was more than ever expressive of the fire and sensibility of his mind, still no bright or tender glance repeated the oft-told tale of fond, happy, youthful affection, the kind, sweet smile of old. The conversation, or rather talk, was carried on by Glenroy in the same strain of mingled pride, vanity, lamentation, and tautology. There was all the detail of the premiums and the Dumas, and the account of the new plantations greatly enlarged, and the anticipation of the thinnings with the purpose for which they were to be applied. And then came the black mare and Lord Allenby, and at the mention of his name, Reginald, who had been sunk in a reverie, suddenly started, and again cast on Edith a look which seemed as if it would have pierced into her soul, and again the blood mounted to her temples at the suspicion it implied. "I hope, Edith, you will be of our party to Glenhausen," he said gaily. "What a charming morning this is!" "I have been little in the practice of riding for some time," replied she, "and am become such a timid horsewoman that I fear I should only be an encumbrance." "Where is it we're going, Reginald?" cried Glenroy. "Oh, aye, to look at the Glenhausen woods. But what would take her there? Riding's not the thing for a lady. Lord Allenby, that's he that wants the black mare that I was talking about. He courted Edith, too. That belonged to my Norman. As if I would part with it to any man breathing but yourself, Reginald. And that's not parting with it neither, for I hope you and I will never part, Reginald. You shall be as much master here as I am, and when you're married to Edith— What have you dropped, Reginald? Edith, will you mind what you're about, and not set the table in a swim? And why is that idiot Molly Macaulay not here to make the tea wise-like? And we were speaking about riding, or what was it? For I don't know what I am about. Not that it's your fault, Reginald, but Edith, you really have not been yourself since that puppy, Lord Allenby, put nonsense in your head." Poor Edith was aghast at this accusation, accustomed as she was to the capricious garrulity of her father's temper. But the fact was, Glenroy, by one of the inexplicable contradictions of nature, even while indulging his spleen in chiding and censuring his daughter, sought at the same time to give her consequence in the eyes of his nephew, by perpetually adverting to the noble and wealthy suitor who had courted her alliance. Reginald seemed to feel for her confusion, for taking her hand, he said with a look of almost fond entreaty, "Come now, Edith, don't refuse my first request. Do go with us." "I will," said Edith softly, "if you really wish it." "Can you doubt it?" replied Reginald in the same tone. But Glenroy seemed so bent on monopolizing his nephew's company and conversation as to grudge even a portion of it to his daughter, for he said peevishly, "It's not a woman's business we're going about. We're going to look at the Glenhouse and woods. Are we not, Reginald?" Then what can she know about the thinning of woods? She knows enough when she knows she's to have them for her toker, and not a bad one either, Reginald. Mackintosh tells me £7,000 worth will never be missed, and as many more as you like. But I'll be hanged if I would have given a single stick to that lord of yours, Edith. What cared I for him, and what was he to me? A bit lowland lord, that has hardly a hill in all the Highlands now. But Edith, dear, do as you like, and you shall have the first 1,000 of the cuttings to buy your wedding trumpery, and you'll get that fool Molly Macaulay to help you. What's the plague come over the creature?" Reginald said nothing, but his countenance was overcast, and when Edith rose from the breakfast table, he neither repeated his request nor reminded her of his promise. But as she was leaving the room, she heard him say with quickness, "There can be no hurry as to the marking the trees, Glenroy, and if—" But here Glenroy, with his usual impatience of contradiction, broke in, "No hurry. But I tell you there is a hurry, Reginald, and if it had not been for Norman's death, which I shall never get the better of—" Here a passionate burst of grief concluded the sentence, and Edith only learnt how the discussion had ended when an hour afterwards she saw her father and lover ride off without her. That Reginald was piqued and jealous she thought was now certain, for how could she otherwise account for such capricious inequalities? From the moment of his arrival, her mind had been in too great a tremor to admit of her marking accurately the sudden changes of his manner. If she had, she would have drawn a very different inference. Edith's feelings were all too pure and devoted to allow her enjoying any womanish triumph at this supposed discovery. On the contrary, her gentle, guileless heart was pained at the thought that she was the cause of uneasiness to Reginald. A few words from her lips, she was sure, would instantly remove it, and she therefore resolved to take the first opportunity of coming to an explanation with him, and of undeceiving him as to her fancied predilection for another. End of section 38. Section 39 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 39. But it seemed as if Reginald avoided all opportunities of being alone with her. When he returned from his ride, he withdrew to his own apartment on the plea of having letters to write, and when he appeared at dinner his air was still more melancholy and abstracted than it had yet been. 2 or 3 chance visitors who had arrived rendered the conversation rather more general, and by their county news diverted Glenroy's attention from being quite so exclusively directed to his nephew, though every subject that was started still bore some reference to him, to the Dumas, the planting of Skiradale Hall, the thinning of the Glenhouse and woods, the Highland Society, the Black Mare, Norman, and Lord Allenby. Edith flattered herself when she left the dining-room that Reginald would soon follow her. She knew he disliked sitting long at table, and the party was not one to be upon any ceremony with. Her father had a habit of remaining long after dinner, and as he had become drowsy and confused, it would be an easy matter for Reginald to make his escape from him. But she waited in vain. Reginald came not. But soon she caught a glimpse of him from the window, as he slowly crossed the lawn and disappeared in the woods that skirted it on one side. Edith could not restrain her tears at this new proof of Reginald's estrangement from her. "Oh, cruel that he is," thought she, "thus to torture himself and me. Could he act thus if he loved me as I love him? No, no. Surely he would seek an explanation and end this mystery. And yet it is I who may be unjust. This fancied mystery may be nothing more than grief and self-reproach, and he is unwilling to give me pain by communicating his feelings. Ah, did he but know how sweet it would be to me to share in his every sorrow, he would not thus withhold them from me." Thus did Edith mournfully commune with herself till the evening was far advanced, when she was roused by the sound of an arrival, and in a few minutes Mrs. Macaulay's jocund tones saluted her ear, and presently she entered all bustle, calling, "So he's come! Where is he? Let me see him." Then suddenly stopping, "But bless my heart, my dear," she exclaimed as she surveyed Edith with a look of surprise, "what is the matter with you? Is not your papa well, and your true love come home? And what makes you look as if you had been crying then? Oh, Mackie, how can you ask? Said Edith mournfully, considering... Well, my dear, I know what you mean, and it's very true, and I consider everything, and you know very well yourself what a sore heart it gave me when it happened. But you have sense to know, my dear, there's a time for everything, and this is not the time for you to be crying for them that's gone, when you ought rather be rejoicing at them that's come back. 'Deed, I think so. I am sure your return will rejoice us all, Mackie, said Edith affectionately. Papa has missed you very much. 'Deed, and I thought he would do that, for he has always been so kind to me. And I thought sometimes when I was away, oh, thinks I to myself, I wonder what Glenroy will do for somebody to be angry with. For Ben Bowie's grown so deaf, poor creature, it's not worth his while to be angry at him. And you're so gentle that it would not do for him to be angry with you. But I'm sure he has good right to be angry at me, considering how kind he has always been to me. Then, uttering an exclamation of joy as Sir Reginald entered the room, she flew towards him and precipitated herself round his neck, uttering expressions of joy and delight, which were returned on his part with all the hearty warmth and ardor of his more refined welcome. And now, said she, releasing him from her embrace and holding him at arm's length, let me look at you. Well, I declare you are 10 times handsomer than you ever were, and you hold yourself up so well you might pass for a prince. And I would know that smile of yours among 1,000. Oh, I hope my eyes will serve me to take your picture some day. 'Deed, I cannot help looking at you, for you are like, and yet you are not like, what you was. You have not just the bonny bloom on your cheek that you had when you went away. What do you think, Miss Edith, dear? I think Reginald is changed, said Edith, with a low sigh. All things change, you know, said Reginald, assuming an air of gaiety. It was not to be expected that I alone of all created things should remain unchangeable and return precisely the same individual I was a year ago. Even you yourself, dear Mackie, are somewhat changed. You are become still more embonpoint, still more youthful and merry and kind-hearted. Now are you not flattering me, Sir Reginald? For though I like to be praised, I do not want to be flattered. You did not used to think me a flatterer, Mackie, said Sir Reginald with a smile. 'Deed, then, I don't think you are one now, my dear, for you always spoke the truth when you was a boy, and it is not likely you would change now when you have got more sense and good principles. Now you need not colour up, Sir Reginald, for I'm not flattering you, I'm only just saying what I think. But oh, my dears, what a happy meeting you would have, except to be sure that there was a reason for it not being so happy as it should have been. And indeed it would be a shame to us if we were to be as happy and merry all at once, and tears twinkled in her sunny eyes as she spoke. But then, as I was telling Miss Edith, when I found her with the tears on her cheek, the time is gone by now, and we should not accustom ourselves to be melancholy, for it is a very bad habit. But once the distress is over, we should just wipe our eyes and thank God for his mercies, and I'm sure I do it with all my heart, wiping her own eyes as she said it. I wish I had your philosophy, Mackie, said Sir Reginald with a sigh. Now, what for should you wish for anything belonging to me, said Mrs. Macaulay with a strong mark of interrogation, from which there was no escape. Don't be afraid, said Reginald, evading the question. I would not rob you of it, even if I could. It sits so well upon you. You make such a good use of it. Now, as sure as anything, you are flattering me, Sir Reginald. But I want to know what use you could have for what you please to call my philosophy. Though, deed, to tell the truth, I do not know very well what philosophy is. But if you mean my contentment, I am sure you cannot want that, when you have everything to make you so contented and happy. You yourself so handsome, and with such a grand fortune, and a beautiful place, and an old family, and a title, and your own true love there, that— True, exclaimed Reginald abruptly, what a charming evening this is. Have you not been out, Edith? No, replied she in a tone of forced composure, but I should like to take a stroll now. Then I hope you will allow me to attend you, said Reginald, colouring and evidently embarrassed. Certainly, said Edith in the same tone, and rising to prepare for her walk. But, my dears, have you had tea and coffee? Cried Mrs. Macaulay. I beg your pardon, said Edith, I had forgot, and she rang the bell. I own myself too much of a Frenchman to dispense with my coffee, said Sir Reginald, seemingly relieved by the delay, while Edith left the room for her shawl. I really think that sweet creature's looking very ill, said Mrs. Macaulay in a low voice to Sir Reginald, after dismissing Boyd and his satellite. I thought the sight of you would have brought back the roses to her cheeks and the smiles to her pretty mouth, but I think she looks almost as pale and mournful as she did before you came, and that's very extraordinary, is it not?" "She certainly is much changed," said Sir Reginald with a sigh. "Ay, well, but for all that, I'll wager you have not seen the like of her among all the fine French and foreign ladies you have seen. Tell me truly, have you?" "Edith certainly was very pretty," replied Sir Reginald in a tone that betrayed emotion. "Well, my dear, but don't you be frightened for all that, and she'll soon be as pretty as ever she was, for she has a very good constitution, although maybe she does not look so stout as some of your great big fat people, and you know it is natural for her to be looking not so well, considering what distress she has suffered. And then you know she was so anxious about you and so wearying for you to come home, in spite of Lord Allenby," said Sir Reginald with a forced laugh. "Oh, so you have heard about that already. But it would not be from Miss Edith herself, for she does not like the way Glenroy speaks about that at all." Sir Reginald remained silent for a few moments, as if struggling with his emotion. Then, sipping his coffee, he said with affected carelessness, "Ladies seldom dislike having their conquests known, and my cousin has no cause to be ashamed of hers." "'Deed I think not, for Lord Allenby is a very fine handsome man. Though he has no clan, he has a very good fortune too, they tell me, though it is but in the Low Country, which makes Glenroy look down upon him so much. Many a one would not be so particular in these things as he is. Not that it was for that he refused him for Miss Malcolm, but you know she was as good as married to you." "Edith liked him, did she not?" said Reginald hurriedly. "'Deed, I don't know whether she did or not," replied the innocent, unsuspecting Mrs. Macaulay. "But you may ask her yourself," as the door opened and Edith entered. "Posh! Nonsense!" cried Reginald, crimsoning, while he tried to prevent Mrs. Macaulay from proceeding. "But if it is dangerous playing with edged tools, it is no less so to tamper with simplicity." So Mrs. Macaulay went on. "Well, if it is nonsense, where's the harm of it, for I declare I can't see it." Then addressing Edith, "We were just speaking about you, my dear, and Sir Reginald was asking me if I knew how you liked Lord Allenby. 'Deed, I said I did not know, but he might ask yourself." Sir Reginald and Edith were standing almost opposite to each other. A slight blush and an expression of wounded feeling were upon her countenance, while strong agitation was depicted upon his, and if anyone so graceful could possibly have looked awkward, he must have done so at that moment. "If Sir Reginald wishes to know, he has only to ask myself," said Edith calmly, and turning away she seated herself at one of the farthest off windows, while he remained standing as if still dawdling over his coffee, but with a flushed cheek and a downcast eye. "Well," cried Mrs. Macaulay, "I know very well you are both wishing me, as Glenroy, honest man, sometimes says, sticking on the point of one of my own needles, just now when you have so much to say to one another. So now that I've had my dish of tea, I'll just go and make myself a little wise-like before Glenroy comes in, or he'll be noticing my cap, as sure as death, for you see how it is crushed with my bonnet." I thought... Were you not proposing a walk?" said Sir Reginald, trying to detain her. "'Deed then, Sir Reginald, I have a great deal too much sense to think of troubling two tender young lovers with my company, but I'm sure it is very discreet in you to ask me. Now, go your ways, my dears, and let me see you walking arm in arm so lovingly as you used to do, while I dare say I'm almost as happy as you are yourselves." And away trotted Mrs. Macaulay, singing, with the tears still upon her cheek. A pause of some minutes ensued. At length Reginald approached Edith, and in a voice which vainly strove to appear calm, said, "I thought you had been going to walk, Edith." Edith made no answer. Her heart seemed too full, but she turned upon him a look so soft and tearful that Reginald involuntarily caught her hand, but as suddenly dropped it as he again encountered the ring his own had placed there, while the flush on his cheek turned to an almost ashy paleness. At sight of his agitation, Edith mastered hers, and though her voice was almost inarticulate from her emotion, she said, "Reginald, what is it you seek to know?" Reginald made no answer, and his agitation increased. Then again taking her hand, he almost crushed it in his, while, in a low suffocated voice, he murmured, "How can I best make you happy?" A thrill of joy ran through Edith's heart at her words, for, blinded by her tears, she did not perceive the mute anguish of her lover's features, and for a few minutes both remained silent. But she was already happy, for her hand was locked in Reginald's, and she felt assured that the time was now come when all would be cleared up. But at that moment Glenroy and his party came thronging into the room, and as he shuffled along, supported by a friend on one hand and a stick in the other, he called, "Sir Reginald, you're here, and I did not know it. What made you leave me? But that's always the way now. Have not you plenty of time to be courting without leaving me alone this way? But now that he's gone, nobody comes near me," as his friends placed him carefully in a sofa. "And where's Molly Macaulay?" "She will be here presently, Papa," said Edith, trying to soothe him. "She has returned and is merely making herself a little smart for you." "What do I care for her?" cried Glenroy peevishly. "Or what do I care for any woman? Reginald, come here and sit down beside me. Reginald, you're more to me than all the rest of the world put together, and you must never leave me. She shall be married to you as soon as you—" "Your coffee waits, Papa," said Edith, laying her hand softly on his as if to stop the current of his discourse. "Well, let it wait. Set it down, Boyd, and Reginald, I'll tell you what I'll do. You know the Skeerdale woods? The Glenhausen woods? McNabb tells me I may cut 10,000 pounds worth tomorrow if I choose. And— "Well, my dear uncle, we shall talk about that tomorrow," said Reginald impatiently. "But some of us were projecting a walk. The evening is so fine." And he looked to some of the company as though he expected to be seconded. "A walk!" cried Glenroy contemptuously. "Who but silly women would think of walking at this time of night? Edith may go if she likes, but I cannot part with you, Reginald, and Archnagral, you may go with her," to a bashful, shining, red-faced laird with large white ears and a smooth, powdered head, who awkwardly mumbled out his acquiescence, which Edith waived, while Reginald made another effort, but in vain, to disengage himself from his uncle's grasp. "Stay you still, Reginald," cried he, holding him fast, and you shall have the black mare tomorrow. She's the greatest beauty. There's not her match in the country. I could lay 1,000 guineas her match is not to be found in Scotland. That lord, what do you call him, Edith? He that had the impudence to propose to me for her, and he would have taken you too." "There comes Mrs. Macaulay, Papa," said Edith, as that worthy entered, and with all her speed made up to her beloved chief. "Oh, Glenroy, how happy I am to see you!" exclaimed she, seizing both his hands. "And I hope you are happy to see me too?" regarding him with an expression of unmingled delight. "What should make me happy to see you?" demanded Glenroy with a stare of astonishment. "The woman that I see every day of my life, that I've seen every day these 40 years? Well, but, Glenroy, for all that, you have not seen me for well on to a week." "A week? Where have you been? I never missed you." "Oh, Glenroy, I was told, then, you had missed me very much," said poor Molly in a tone of disappointment. "Miss you?" repeated Glenroy. I've somebody else that I miss. Reginald, you know who it is I miss, and you are to me now what he was when I had him. Old Molly Macaulay, where have you been? Can you not settle yourself at home, but you must be going about sorting on people that you've no business with? You should stay away altogether, since you're so fond of it." Then pushing away his cup, "That coffee's not drinkable. Ring the bell for the tea things. And Mrs. Macaulay, you'll make tea for me, for that woman Pattison can no more make tea than she can shoe a horse. And sit down here at my hand, for I know you like to scuttle with the tea things, Molly. And Reginald, you'll stay where you are on the other side. There's room for us all." And thus, with a debilitated mind and despotic temper, Glenroy maintained an ascendancy over all around him, and rendered them subservient to his will. Thus another insupportable evening was consumed, but Reginald's words had taken a load from Edith's heart, and she felt assured that another sun would not set without seeing them restored to their former happy state of mutual confidence. End of section 39. Section 40 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 40. With this hope she repaired to the breakfast table the following morning, but Reginald was the last to join the party, and when he did, he had the appearance of one who had passed a sleepless night. He looked pale and thoughtful, and did no justice to the good cheery Glenroy and Mrs. Macaulay heaped upon him with unsparing hand. What's the reason there's nothing at the table Reginald can eat, Edith? Demanded Glenroy sternly. There is only too great a variety of good things, said Reginald, trying to deprecate the chief's unjust displeasure. I have been little accustomed to see such substantial breakfasts for some time. Substantial, repeated Glenroy, still more indignantly. It's no breakfast at all. Why is there no herring, Edith? Ring a bell, Ben Bowie. That woman Pattison's good for nothing. We never have a proper meal now that your brother's gone. He looked better after these things. He would not have set you down to such a breakfast. Boyd, what's the reason there's no herring at table? I never saw breakfast without herring. Not in season yet. Don't tell me any such nonsense. I desire they may be in season tomorrow, and that there may be plenty of herring on the table after this. And no game, is that not in season too? A pretty like breakfast for hungry men, not in season, not in fiddlesticks. Everything must have its season now. In my day there were no seasons. Reginald said nothing, but looked as if annoyed and oppressed by his uncle's overbearing hospitality. Well, Glenroy, said Mrs. Macaulay, for my part, I think this might satisfy a dozen of hungry men, and a score that are not hungry. But maybe Sir Reginald does not think so much of our Highland breakfast now that he has seen so much of the world. I have heard that in some strange countries they eat pineapples and grapes and peaches to their breakfasts. And why have we not pineapples and peaches and grapes here, Edith? Cried Glenroy. What is the use of my having all these things if they are not produced at proper occasions? But you give yourself no sort of trouble to please your cousin now. But ring the bell, and I'll send to the hothouses for some of those things. Now, Reginald, you need not say a word. Boyd, you'll desire Minicle to have every kind of fruit for breakfast after this. And bring some grapes directly, and I desire there may be fresh herring every morning. Is it because that puppy, that Lord Allenby, turned up his nose at herring that we never see them now? And he had the impudence to want Norman's black mare? As if I would have parted with that to any man breathing but yourself, Reginald. She is yours now, and we shall take a ride today. What time will you be ready to go? Reginald looked embarrassed, as if wishing to decline without having an apology ready. Perhaps you would prefer a walk, said Edith softly, then blushed as if she thought she said too much. A walk, repeated Glenroy scornfully. Women are never happy but when they are walking. I can hardly walk a step now for that confounded gout. But I'll take a ride with you, Reginald, and we'll go see the Dumas. That's what Mackinnon has drained 40 acres of, and got a premium from the Highland Society. You remember the Dumas, Reginald? Reginald colored as he said, I am afraid I shall be a dull companion for either a walk or ride. I have got so much of a headache this morning. A headache, repeated Glenroy in alarm. How is that? But I very often have a headache myself, Reginald. But I'll tell you what, we'll not go out today. We'll just sit quietly here and talk over some things that I want to speak to you about, and— Excuse me, Glenroy, interrupted Sir Reginald impatiently, but I am still more indisposed for business this morning, I suppose, he added, trying to force a smile. I had taken too much of your champagne yesterday. As he spoke, Edith passed into the drawing-room, and Mrs. Macaulay rose to follow. But first going round to Sir Reginald, she laid her hand upon his arm and whispered, My dear Sir Reginald, take my word for it. The best cure for both your head and your heart will be to take a little walk with your own true love. I doubt there's something not right between you, for she's away with the tear in her eye. 'Deed is she, and it makes me way to see her. What is it you are whispering about, Molly Macaulay? Cried Glenroy angrily. Can you not speak out? 'Deed, Glenroy, I was just saying that you ought not to hinder two tender young sweethearts from taking a walk together. Think how much they must have to say to one another after such a long separation. You are really a most officious goose, Mrs. Macaulay, cried the chief. What can they have to say to one another that they may not say before my face as well as behind my back all the times of the day if they like? Who hinders them from saying what they please? I'm sure, Reginald, I've told you, you are as much master here as I am myself. You may say and do exactly what you please, for you are now the man that's to come after me. Here his voice sank at the thought of his lost son. I am very sensible of your kindness, Glenroy, said Sir Reginald, shaking his uncle's hand as he rose from table, and I wish I could make a better return for it, he added with emotion. In the meantime, I shall try to get rid of my headache and be ready to attend you on a short ride before dinner. And he hastily left the room as if to avoid all further discussion. He entered the drawing-room where Edith and Mrs. Macaulay were, but the latter immediately vanished, singing, The love that I hae chosen, therewith I'll be content. The sought seas shall be frozen, before that I repent. Repent it sall I never, until the day I dee, though the lawlands o' Holland hae twined my love in me. Edith was arranging her drawing materials, preparatory to copying a drawing which lay before her, and which she had already begun. "I ought perhaps to feel ashamed of your seeing my poor attempts," said she, as Reginald looked at the outline she had begun. "But," she added, looking on him with the clear and innocent expression of her soft eyes, "I do not wish to hide anything from you, Reginald, however painful it might be." "You have no cause," replied he, bending over the drawing, and seeming to examine it very attentively. "To you, who have lately been seeing so many fine pictures in Italy, it must be a penance to be obliged to look at my poor scratches. But I don't even wish you to praise them. I should think you were either laughing at me or deceiving me if you did so." Sir Reginald stood with his eyes still fixed on the drawing, but his thoughts were evidently more profound. At last he said, in a voice of deep emotion, "It would be difficult to laugh at you, Edith, and heaven knows I have no wish to deceive you." "I am sure you have not," said Edith, with tenderness of tone and manner. "But, dear Reginald, are you not deceiving yourself?" And she blushed to crimson, as though she thought she had said too much. Reginald made no reply, but shaded his face with the drawing he still held in his hand. After a pause, raising his head, he said in a voice that vainly struggled at composure, "I will not attempt to misunderstand you, Edith. You would tell me that you—" He stopped as if suffocating with emotion. "Yes, Reginald," said Edith tenderly, "I would tell you how much you have wronged yourself and me if you ever supposed I, for an instant, could forget. Ah, Reginald, do you think I should have continued to wear this ring if I had ceased to love you?" she would have added, but the words died on her lips, and she bent her head to hide the blush which glowed even to her brow. Reginald took the hand she had half extended to him and pressed it in silence to his lips. But some minutes elapsed ere he spoke. Then in a deep and faltering voice he said, "I believe you, Edith. My doubts are now ended. Say, when will you become mine?" Edith started, for the accents in which this fond interrogatory was put anything but those of hope and joy. She looked on her lover, and his face, even his lips were pale, and his features were contracted as if in agony. "What is this?" exclaimed she wildly. "You are ill, Reginald. Oh, tell me, why do I see you thus?" "I am ill, Edith," said he, faintly attempting to smile. "But do not be alarmed. It is a mere spasm, to which I am occasionally liable, but it is past for the present. Let us think no more of it." And assuming an air of gaiety, he sought to quiet Edith's fears, and remove her suspicions, if she had any, as to the nature of his emotion. Edith was, of course, strenuous for medical advice, but Reginald assured her it was merely the effects of the malaria he had had when at Rome, and consequently a disorder not understood by the physicians of this country. "But time and your good management will perhaps enable me to get the better of it," he added, with difficulty suppressing a sigh, "if you are not afraid to undertake the cure." "You had the malaria, then, and concealed it from me?" said Edith reproachfully. "Ah, Reginald, if you had known what your silence cost me, but it was your tenderness for me made you conceal it from me. And you were ill while I was unjustly blaming you, perhaps—" "No, no," cried Reginald in agitation. "I ought, but, oh, Edith, had I flown to you at the first, it might not have then been too late. I should not have been the wretch I am." "Dear Reginald, do not reproach yourself so bitterly. You could not foresee how fatally our dear Norman's illness was to terminate." "Fatally, indeed," re-echoed Reginald, as he leant his head on the table and buried his face in his hands. "Had you been here, you could have done nothing for my poor brother," said Edith. "He would not even have known you, and you see you are not too late to be a comfort to us." Reginald looked up and spoke more calmly as he said, "You are always gentle and forgiving, Edith, but you know not the depth of my self-reproach," he added with renewed agitation. "Edith, you see me broken in spirits, oppressed with remorse, the victim of a hopeless malady," gasped he, striking his bosom. "Yet, if I can but make you happy, I can bear it all. Edith, a brighter, happier destiny might be yours, but if you will unite yourself with me, let it be quickly, let there be no idle delay. There has been too much already." A painful surmise now darted into Edith's mind. She had heard of the baleful effects of the pestilential fever at Rome, and even affecting the mind of the sufferer long after the cause had apparently ceased. And trembling at the dread suspicion, she knew not how to reply. "Speak, Edith," he cried impatiently. "Do you repent?" Edith cast her streaming eyes upon him with a look of tenderness and affection, while she slowly and distinctly uttered, "Never." "Enough!" cried Reginald, as he pressed his quivering lip to her hand. Then, after a short pause, he said with calmness, "And now, Edith, I again entreat that there may be no trifling delays on your part. On mine, everything shall be done to accelerate matters. For that purpose, I must now leave you for a time. I must go to Dunshira. There must be much for me to do there, and the more that I have now to prepare it for its future mistress. His voice now faltered a little, and he stopped, but soon went on. I have too long neglected it, but I must now live there for a part of the year if I can. I am aware of the opposition this will meet with from Glenroy, but much as I owe him, and desirous as I am by every means in my power to discharge my debt of gratitude, still I cannot devote myself wholly to him. It would be too much to expect, said Edith with a sigh, and yet my poor father, how shall I leave him in his present state of mind? And still worse, how will he bear your absence, you who are now everything to him? Yes, cried Reginald, again relapsing into agitation, my father's mistaken tenderness for me has placed me in a cruel situation. I have incurred a load of gratitude to Glenroy, which crushes me to the earth. His house hitherto has been my home, but Edith, I will not continue to drag out a useless existence here. Glenroy's voice was at that moment heard loudly calling Reginald, and presently he came slowly shuffling into the room, talking to himself as he was wont to do. At sight of Reginald and Edith, he exclaimed, "What's the meaning of this, Edith? You taking up your cousin's time this way? I have been wanting you, Reginald, about something of more importance than anything she can have to say to you. Here's a letter from McGillivray. That's he that has the farm of Invercarnish, the sheep farm, you know, that Mackintosh had and made such a hand of, and—" "I beg your pardon, Glenroy," interrupted Reginald hurriedly, "but I can scarcely attend to that business at present. I find I must go to Dunshira." "Go to Dunshira?" repeated Glenroy in astonishment. "What would take you to Dunshira in such a hurry?" "I ought to have been there long ere now, Glenroy," said Reginald. "I know I am much wanted, and more especially now," he added with a forced gaiety, "that Edith has just consented to be mine as soon as the arrangements can be made for her reception there." "Consented to be a fiddlestick!" cried Glenroy angrily. "Is that you, Edith, that's putting such nonsense in your cousin's head?" But Edith had made her escape as her father entered, to be spared the scene she feared would ensue. "Arrangements for her reception? What reception, and what arrangements can she want? Haven't you this house to live in, and as much room as would hold a dozen of you? And are not you just as much master here as I am, Reginald? And what would take you to a house of your own, then? Consent, reception, arrangement. What the plague? There's no hurry in your marrying, Reginald. You must wait till we get the woods thinned at all events, and whatever you want from your own house you can send for it here, and bring your servants, and your horses, and all here, but you must not leave me, Reginald," grasping his nephew's hand in his. "Only for a few days," said Reginald. "Only for a few days," repeated Glenroy. "And what am I to do without you for a single day? I'll tell you what, Reginald, if you'll wait till this confounded gout's out of my toe, I'll go with you myself, if you must go, and we can take Edith and Molly Macaulay with us, if you like, and I'll stay with you as long as you please. I will, upon my honor." Reginald certainly showed no symptoms of delight at this proposal, though he strove to utter some general expressions about happiness, gratitude, pleasure, and so forth. "But my house and establishment cannot be in order to receive guests. Only consider, my dear uncle, that I have scarcely been there for more than a day at a time since I left it a mere child." "And what's to have put it out of order, then, when there's been nobody living in it? Come now, Reginald, don't be obstinate. Stay where you are, and do exactly as you like. You are completely your own master here, Reginald, as much as if you were in your own house. But I can't part with you, now that my own poor lad's gone. So stay where you are, and you shall have everything you can desire. You shall have his black mare, Reginald, that, Lord, what do you call him, had the impudence to think I would sell to him." Reginald saw it was in vain to attempt to use argument with Glenroy. He therefore conceded so far as to give up his intention of setting off the following morning, and even allowed him to remain in the belief that he never should leave him for a single day. Of course, the poor chief became 10 times more tiresome and exacting than ever, under this accession of gratified affection, and though Reginald submitted with the best grace he could, it was obvious he was writhing under the weariness and torment of being the engrossing object of a blind, despotic, doting attachment. Although politely attentive to Edith and as far as he was permitted to attend to anything but Glenroy and his never-failing themes, nothing particular occurred to call forth any marked demonstrations of the nature of his feelings towards her. Edith sometimes thought he looked sadder than anything she had ever seen, but that she imputed to the poignancy of his feeling regarding Norman. Though she loved him the more for this proof of his sensibility, she trusted that time and her tenderness together would gradually diminish his sorrow and self-reproach. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 41. "Do you remember your courting days, Ben Bowie?" said Mrs. Macaulay one day to the worthy laird, as he sat with a face of solemn stupidity, chewing his quid. "Surely, surely," cried Ben Bowie, starting at the question, as some faint reminiscences of a rejected suit wandered through his brain. "Because I don't know how it is, Ben Bowie. Maybe the fashion's changed in that too, like everything else, and that it's not genteel for people to look as happy as they used to do. But as sure as death, if I was Miss Edith, I would not be pleased to see my sweetheart look so dull as he does sometimes. He has not the canty face my good Mr. Macaulay had when we were going to be married. The laugh and the joke were never out of his mouth, and, I dare say, you yourself, Ben Bowie, was merrier when you was thinking of matrimony than you are now?" "True, true, it's a serious matter, it is, upon my conscience." "Oh, now, Ben Bowie, that's not what I mean at all." Ben Bowie's eyes grew rounder, but he made no attempt to come to an understanding. "What is there serious," continued Mrs. Macaulay, "in two handsome, rich, accomplished, sensible, well-born, well-principled young creatures going to be married? I declare I think they ought both to be ready to jump out of their skins for joy." "On my conscience, it's very true, so they ought," responded Ben Bowie, "and it will cost nothing. Her money will not go out of the family." "Oh, who cares for the money, Ben Bowie? That's not the thing at all. It's true love I was thinking of, and that's a far better thing. I'm sure my Mr. Macaulay and I were as poor as two church mice when we were married, and for all that we were as merry as two fireside crickets. Oh, how I wish I saw Sir Reginald look upon his own true love with that heartsome smile that he had before he left her." "He's a fine young man," said Ben Bowie. He is. He is a very fine young man, Mrs. Macaulay, and he has a very fine property. On my conscience, he has." "Well, well, Ben Bowie, but I don't think you understand me. I would rather see his smiles than his gold just now," raising her voice as though the obtuseness lay in the physical, not the intellectual part of her auditor. But Ben Bowie only looked still more bewildered. "Oh, Ben Bowie, I wish I could make you understand what it is I mean, and then I could know whether it is my own fancy or whether it is the real truth that, for you know it would not do for me to give a wish of that, either to Glenroy or Miss Edith, for a fear of distressing them, and there is nobody else I would like to say it to. But I would give all I have to be quite sure that Sir Reginald is as happy as he ought to be." "His own estate is now quite free," said Ben Bowie, trying to look wise, "and he is next heir of entail to Glenroy." "Oh, the stupid body," thought Mrs. Macaulay. "How shall I ever get him to understand the difference between love and land? But maybe, after all, I am just putting nonsense in his head, and that is just as Miss Edith thinks. Sorrow for him that's gone, that makes her own true love look so mournful sometimes. How do I know what it is in his heart? And then, when he catches Miss Edith looking at him, how he brightens up and smiles and jokes in his own way as he used to do. But then, again, I do not like to hear young people sigh. It is not natural, whatever they may say of lovers' sighings. For I know my good Mr. Macaulay sighed none, for as happy as we were." Such were the pros and cons with which Mrs. Macaulay strove to solve the mystery of Sir Reginald's dejection. But the result of all her speculations only amounted to this, that Sir Reginald and Mr. Macaulay had been quite different lovers. But it was not Mrs. Macaulay's nature to stop there. Having made nothing of Ben Bowie, she next began to wonder whether Glenroy had observed anything. One day that she found herself alone with him, she began to sound her way. Seating herself beside her chief, as he sat in his easy-chair, she wiped her spectacles, put them carefully on her nose, and began to ply her needle while she said, "Well, Glenroy, are we not all very happy at having got Sir Reginald back again? What earthly difference can his coming or going make to you, Molly Macaulay?" "You're not going to be married to him," was the peevish reply. "'Deed I am not, but surely, Glenroy, I may be very happy, though I am not going to be married." "I know no business you have to think anything about happiness. If you had my gout in you, you would not be so happy, I can tell you." "'Deed, and I believe that's true, Glenroy. But though I am very sorry that you have it, yet ought I not be thankful too that I have it not?" "Well, don't torment me with your thanks, and your this, and your that. Where's Reginald?" "I'm sure I cannot tell, Glenroy. I hope he may be taking a little walk with his own true love, and that it will do him good, for as I was now saying, I do not think him quite, that's to say, I think, But maybe I'm wrong, that he's just a little downf just now. Downf? What do you mean by downf? I wish, if you will chatter, you would learn to speak intelligibly. What do you mean by downf? Just dull, Glenroy, as if he was not what? Demanded the chief, still more angrily. Was not. 'Deed, I don't know how to express myself to please you, Glenroy, but I think he is not just so, just in such good spirits as I have seen him. Good spirits, repeated Glenroy, bursting forth in all his majesty. Good spirits, 'pon my soul, you're the most unfeeling, good spirits, too, and you, Mrs. Macaulay, that pretend to, but I never knew of you women that were better than another. There's not one of you knows what feeling is. You think of nothing but your own idle amusements. Where's that girl gadding to now, and keeping Reginald from me? Good spirits in this house after what I've lost? If you must have good spirits, Mrs. Macaulay, you must go somewhere else for them, for there's to be no good spirits here. Good spirits. I really believe you, Molly Macaulay, have just as much feeling as one of your own needles, stamping his stick upon the floor. Well, well, Glenroy, do not be so angry, for you know very well how bad my own spirits were at the proper time, but you know there is a time for everything, Glenroy. Now that it is past, I want everybody to be happy, looking to Miss Edith's marriage. And what's Miss Edith's marriage to me, in comparison of the loss of my boy? And if she's to take away Reginald from me in this manner, what good will her marriage do to me? Can't you go and see where he is? I want to speak to him about that tack of Mackinnon's. Will you go? He exclaimed, with redoubled impatience, as Mrs. Macaulay carefully folded up her work and then trotted off, not daring to dispute the commands of her despotic chief. Well, there's no making anything of Glenroy, thought she. I wish I could find out from Sir Reginald himself what ails him, that I might try to do him some good. Entering the library, she found the object of her anxiety seated with a book in his hand, on which his eyes were fixed, but with the air of one whose thoughts are afar off. He either did not observe or took no notice of her entrance, but stepping up to him, she accosted him. So, Sir Reginald, you are here all by yourself, and I figured you gallanting your own true love. If you are in search of Edith, you will find her, I believe, in the drawing-room with some visitors, said Sir Reginald coldly and without looking up. Mrs. Macaulay stood irresolute for a few seconds. Then, looking him full in the face, she said in a strong tone of interrogation, "Oh, my dear, I hope you are not angry?" "Not angry," replied Sir Reginald, forcing a smile. "Only a little bored." "Oh, well, if that be all, that's nothing to signify. Maybe you'll be so good as to tell me what it is that bores you, for I hope it is not me," with the same interrogatory accent. Sir Reginald made no reply, but by a slight gesture of impatience. "Well, I cannot think what I could say that did not please you, my dear. I only said I thought you would have been taken up with your own true love, and I'm sure that could not anger you." "Surely, Mrs. Macaulay," said Reginald, speaking very quickly and impatiently, "you have lived long enough to know, what every child knows, that the best things become stale and tiresome by constant repetition." "My dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Macaulay, in an accent which testified she did not in the least comprehend the drift of this observation. "You and everybody else, I believe," said Sir Reginald in the same impatient manner, "are aware of the engagement between Edith and me. The delay in fulfilling it is now on her part," added he, with increased agitation. "In the meantime, it is unpleasant to me and must be painful to her to have it made the perpetual theme of conversation, and forever alluded to in the broadest manner, not only before strangers, but before the very grooms and footmen." "And so that's the story, is it?" exclaimed Mrs. Macaulay in astonishment. "Well, how could I have guessed that, when my good Mr. Macaulay liked so well to be joked about his marriage, and to have everybody coming and rubbing shoulders with him? But I'm glad to think that, when you was looking so dull, it was only because you was not pleased. And now that I know what it is that angers you, I will never let on anything about Miss Edith and you, and maybe it's genteeler not—" Here a furious peal from Glenroy's bell recalled Mrs. Macaulay to a sense of her duty. "Oh, and I forgot. There's Glenroy, sitting in his dressing-room, waiting for you all this time. And here's that worthy man, Mr. McDowell, coming," as the door opened, and the head of Mr. McDowell protruded itself quickly, followed by his whole person. Sir Reginald, scarcely able to conceal how much he was annoyed, was hastily passing him with a slight bow and a sort of murmured apology, but he might as easily have attempted to escape from the arms of a man-trap after having touched the fatal spring. "How do you do, Sir Reginald?" with a violent shake of the hand. "I rejoice to see you back again. Better late than never, ho-ho! But I can't say you've brought any Italian beef upon you. I doubt you've been rather ailing, but I've no doubt the air of the Highlands and the sight of a certain fair lady will set you all to rights again." Sir Reginald bit his lip and made no reply. Mr. McDowell went on. I'm afraid you must think I've been rather deficient in my duty, in not having waited upon you before now, but the fact is I've suffered a great deal from the toothache this summer, and at last I was obliged to get my tooth taken out. A most dreadful thing it is, the pulling of a tooth, and mine was an uncommon strong one. Upon my word, I thought at first my head was off. However, I was much amused with an anecdote the dentist told me, for I went all the way to Glasgow to get it taken out in the best manner. Though bad's the best, ho ho ho. But as I was going to tell you, the dentist, Mr. Bain, really made me almost laugh, though, to tell the truth, I was very much down in the mouth at the time. Ha ha ho! A gentleman, he would not tell me his name, but he's a justice of the peace, had come to him to get a tooth taken out, but after Mr. Bain had him fairly in the chair, there he sat with his lips screwed together like a vice. Be so good, sir, as open your mouth a little, says Mr. Bain, and allow me just to put in my finger to feel your tooth. Nah, says the justice, I'll no do that. You'll bite me. Ha, 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 ho. Even Sir Reginald's features relaxed for a moment into a smile, at the overwhelming vulgar jocularity of Mr. Maddow, while he made another attempt to extricate himself from his grasp, but in vain. Excuse my detaining you for one moment, Sir Reginald, he said, grasping him still more firmly, but I think it is proper to let you know that I shall have occasion to be absent again very shortly for a few days. It's upon a most agreeable occasion, to be sure, no less than a marriage that's to take place in our family. My niece, Miss Alexa Maffei, that's the eldest daughter of my sister, Mrs. Dr. Maffei, is on the point of marriage with a very fine young man just set up in business in London, Mr. Andrew Pollock. It's been a long attachment, like some others that I know, Sir Reginald. Ha, ha, ho! But the means were wanting. However, now they think they'll be able to do. And so the marriage is fixed to take place this day, se'nnight, and nothing will satisfy them but that I must perform the ceremony. But then, on the other hand, I consider my old engagement to you as paramount to everything else of the same nature, so I wish to ascertain that the one may not interfere with the other, for that would really place me in a most awkward dilemma. Reginald's face had gradually been crimsoning during Mr. Madow's speech, and with a haughty bend of the head he merely said, I beg, sir, I may not stand in the way of any of your engagements. Then, quickly extricating himself from him, he left the room. I, exclaimed Mr. Maddow in a tone of amazement, I don't know very well what to make of that. I suspect the baronet's not over and above well pleased at my not having waited upon him sooner. I'm sure I'm at a loss how to act, for it will be a dreadful disappointment, to Lexie, poor thing, if I should fail her. And yet I would be very loath to disoblige Sir Reginald and my excellent patron, Glenroy, to say nothing of the disappointment to myself. Oh, Mr. Maddow, said Mrs. Macaulay, that's not the thing at all. Things are just not come to that yet. But what's made Sir Reginald not just so well pleased is that he does not like to be joked about his marriage. He says it's not genteel. Oh, that's it, is it? Cried Mr. Maddow in a tone of surprise. Aye, I had no notion of that giving any offence. And yet I don't think I said anything that could be taken amiss, for I'm sure the allusions that I made were of the most delicate nature. But there's a fashion in these things. It's one that I don't think I'll ever be tempted to follow, though there's no saying, for as my worthy mother says, there's nothing so catching as fashion. And as I live much in fashionable society now, perhaps I may just grow neighbour-like and become a fashionable myself. Ha, ha, ho! Well, for my part, said Mrs. Macaulay, I hope I may never turn into a fashionable, for I think one had better be merry and happy, even though it should not be the fashion, than be mournful and genteel, as Sir Reginald is grown. Do you know, Mr. Maddow, in a confidential whisper, I did not just like his look sometimes. I was beginning to think, I don't know what. Oh, you're quite wrong there, my good lady, said Mr. Maddow with a self-sufficient air, taking a pinch of snuff as he spoke. Quite wrong. It's mere fashionable apathy, nothing else. I've always kept free from it myself, for I can't say I admire it, but it's creeping in. There are some young ladies in this country that I could mention that I've known give themselves great airs of apathy. By the by, Mr. Maddow, have you seen the young Lady Dunross, pretty Lucy Malcolm, since her marriage? Said Mrs. Macaulay, quite unaware of Mr. Maddow's susceptibility on that score. Oh, yes, returned he, with an air of contemptuous indifference. She has got well married, which was more than I thought she would, for she was very high-set, and rather gave herself airs above herself at one time. But as I've come to spend the day with my worthy friend Glenroy, and it's getting near dinner-time, I suspect I must be going to clean myself a little before dinner. And away he stalked to the chamber, which, from frequent occupation, had now become in a manner his own property. Glenroy's gout confined him to his own apartment for the rest of the day, but Sir Reginald took his place and did the honours with so much grace and spirit, and exerted himself so effectually, that it must have been a more accurate observer than any that were present who could have discerned the force he was putting upon himself. End of chapter 41. Section 42 of Destiny Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 42. One of the many acts of penance the chief thought fit to impose upon his family was that of reading the newspapers to them every morning during a long, protracted breakfast. And labor dire it was, and weary woe, for quick ears to keep pace with his tedious utterance and intermingled comments, although he rarely condescended to read the fashionable intelligence, so called. One morning he chanced to stumble on the following paragraph. We have to congratulate the noble youth of Britain on the arrival of the beautiful and fascinating Baroness Walnut Grove at her mansion, St. James Square, after an absence of several years on the continent. Her ladyship is accompanied by her mother, the Lady Elizabeth Malcolm. Here Glenroy made a full stop, as if he had come suddenly upon some unlooked-for and unwelcome object. Then muttered, "Aye, that's my pretty lady, and that other, that's the what-do-you-call-her, the bit white-faced lassie that she had here with her, the creature you never could bear, Reginald?" Reginald's head was at that moment resting on his hand, which shaded his face, but he had the air of being too deeply engaged by a letter which lay open before him to hear himself thus called upon. At least he made no answer. "You mean Florinda, Papa," said Edith. "Oh, how I should like to see her again." "I never desire to see the face of her," cried Glenroy, "an upsetting spoilt brat. What was it you used to call her, Reginald? The skim-milk cheese, wasn't it?" But Reginald still looked upon his letter and was silent. "Is that a cess letter you've got, Reginald? I've got one too, and so has Ben Bowie. It's from Mackintosh, is it not?" I beg your pardon," said Reginald, looking up and speaking very fast. "Yes, I suppose, I believe, I think, yes. I mean, Mackintosh is the name." "Aye, I thought so. It will just be the same as my own, and I'm not at all satisfied as to the collecting of the cess. I think there's great mismanagement, and—" "Oh, you have not read the whole paragraph, Papa," cried Edith, glancing at the paper which Glenroy had laid down. "It adds, the young Baroness is said to be the Venus of Apelles, realized, and it combines with the beauty and delicacy of the English fair, the softness and grace of the Italian with the gaiety and brilliancy of the French. We may, therefore, anticipate the éclat which will attend so rare and perfect a combination, when it bursts on an astonished world. Did you never happen to meet with Florinda when you were abroad, Reginald?" inquired Edith, as she still scanned the paper. "Yes," answered Reginald hesitantly, then turned to Glenroy and resumed the subject of the cess. "And I hope you made up your old quarrel and were friends," said Mrs. Macaulay. But Reginald was too much engrossed with his subject to hear the question. Edith took advantage of the first pause to say, "How came you never to mention her to us, Reginald?" "Mention an old tobacco pipe!" cried Glenroy angrily. "What was there to mention? I dare say Reginald had more sense than to trouble his head about such an insignificant creature as that, a spoilt, troublesome monkey, that there was no living in a house with." "Oh, but Glenroy, you must not speak that way of her now, that you hear she has turned out so well," said Mrs. Macaulay, always charitable in her judgments, and credulous in her belief. "And I dare say Sir Reginald will give her a very good character now. I'll wager anything they would make it all up. Am I not right, Sir Reginald?" "Lady Waldegrave was much admired," said Reginald in a cold, constrained manner. "What a cautious answer, and how unlike you, Reginald," said Edith with a smile. "But don't expect to get off so easily. I must have a full and particular description of her, for, in spite of you, I always loved Florinda. I scarcely think she met with justice from you." "Perhaps not," replied Sir Reginald in the same abrupt, laconic manner. "Well, then, you will make it up now by giving us a faithful representation of her, or, as dear Mackie says, by giving a good character of her." "What the plague does it signify whether her character's good or bad?" cried Glenroy in one of his transports. "The character of the man that's to be collector of our cess is of more consequence, I think, than the character of an idle dancing Doherty like that, a creature that your brother—here, Sir Reginald, come back. 'Pon my soul, this is insufferable. You women, with your chatter, you've driven him away from the table. I really wish you would learn to hold your tongues when you see we're engaged in business. Reginald! Aye, there he's off. And he's away out without his hat. You women really are—hem!" And Glenroy was obliged to break off, for want of words to express his indignation. Well then, as sure as death, Glenroy, responded Mrs. Macaulay, I think we behave ourselves very well and speak very little considering. I'm sure I could speak a great deal more than I do, if it was not for fear of angering you. And I'm sure Miss Edith speaks less than anybody. But wasn't it natural for her to be rather inquisitive about the little creature she used to be so fond of? 'Deed, I think it was, for how was she to think that Sir Reginald and she had not made it up, the spiteful thing that she must be? For I know it would not be his fault. He is so good-natured and generous and forgiving to his enemies. But Ben Bowie, having found some knotty point in his cess letter, was now applying to his chief to solve it for him, and thus Glenroy's wrath was for the moment appeased, and his attention excited, and the abuses of the cess seemed to afford them what is called subject matter for some hours to come. When Reginald joined Edith in the drawing-room, he looked ill and dejected, and in answer to her timid and gentle inquiries, he admitted that he had had a slight spasmodic attack during breakfast, but that it was nearly over for the present. I flattered myself, said he, they had left me, as I have been less subject to them of late, but one is commonly the prelude to others. Now don't be alarmed, he added with a faint smile, although you see me what you ladies would call somewhat nervous occasionally. In time, I trust, I shall get the better of it, and he sighed as he said it. I fear your feelings are too acute for your peace, Reginald, said Edith mournfully, as she gently laid her hand on his arm. Reginald looked on that hand for a moment with a strange contraction of brow, and something like a recoil. Then, suddenly changing, he took it in his, and said in a voice that faltered with emotion, When once this hand is fairly mine, I shall be better, much calmer, I am sure I shall. You know it will ere long be yours, said Edith, and her color deepened while she added, with simple earnestness, and in the meantime you cannot doubt that my best affections, that my heart itself, is wholly, solely yours. Oh, that I were worthy of it, Edith, said he, in a melancholy accent. And yet, he added with emotion, if you could but read mine, you would there see that its first desire is for your happiness. Yes, I am sure, I feel it is, said Edith, but the way to make me happy is to be happy yourself. Well then, let us now settle something, Edith, said he rapidly. I shall go to Dunshira soon, but since it is your desire, I shall make no alteration upon it. The credit of the improvements shall be yours. Glenroy expects his lawyers in a few days, who will arrange all matters of business, and then, Edith, added he with a strong gasp, you will surely put it out of the power of fate to divide us? Edith sighed even as she smiled in assent, for the time she had fixed for her marriage was the expiry of her mourning for her brother. End of chapter 42. Section 43 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 43. Although Glenroy's gout was much on the decline, it still confined him to his couch for the greater part of the day, during which either his bell or his voice was to be heard resounding, indicative of the restlessness and impatience of its master. The following morning, as the family sat at breakfast, a peal was heard from the bell, which surpassed all the peals that had yet been rung, followed by another and another in such quick succession that only a flash of lightning could possibly have had time to answer the summons. I think I hear Glenroy's bell, said Ben Bowie, holding up his ear and looking wise. "'Deed, Ben Bowie, we may all hear that at the deafest side of our heads," said Mrs. Macaulay. "As sure as death he'll ring down the house." "Something more than common has surely disturbed him," said Edith, rising when at that moment the chief's valet entered to say that Glenroy wished to see Sir Reginald immediately. "Something about a new lease, or an old bridge, or some such parish matter," said Reginald carelessly, and he rose and was sauntering out of the room, humming an air to himself. Then, looking back as he saw Ben Bowie groping in the direction of his plate, he called, "May I beg, Edith, that you will not allow Ben Bowie to mistake my cup for his own?" Edith sat patiently waiting Reginald's return for a considerable time, but still he came not, and all was silent. "Oh, this is really not fair in Glenroy to keep Sir Reginald from his breakfast," said Mrs. Macaulay. "Is Sir Reginald not coming back to his tea?" inquired Ben Bowie, with a face of solicitude, for it was one of his peculiarities to cast a sheep's eye at other people's viands, even when surrounded by a profusion of untouched dainties. So, balked in his design, he betook himself and his newspapers to his own corner. Mrs. Macaulay was too busy and active to indulge long over the pleasures of the table, and she likewise trotted away, weary of wondering what was keeping Sir Reginald. At length Reginald returned, but his features still bore the marks of recent agitation, and although he had a perfect composure of manner, either real or affected, yet his hand trembled as he raised the cup to his lips. "I have had another of those foolish spasms," said he, "occasioned, I think, by the heat of Glenroy's room, though he would fain persuade me it is flying gout, and we have consequently had a long and an interesting discussion on gout and malaria. He tells me my father had it in his constitution, which I never knew. But I beg pardon, Edith, you are waiting for me. Oh, by the by, Glenroy has a letter from Lady Elizabeth, a letter offering to pay him a visit here, which has of course agitated and annoyed him." "An offer of a visit from Lady Elizabeth!" exclaimed Edith. "That is indeed very strange, after so long a separation. Don't you think so?" "Rather," replied Reginald. "How does Papa take it?" "I can scarcely tell. He seems both for and against it. He is, you may believe, very unwilling to receive the visit, and yet still more unwilling to decline it. He begged me to mention it to you and talk it over." "What can have prompted such an offer at this time?" said Edith, still wrapped in amazement. Reginald was silent. "Does she assign no reason for so strange a proceeding?" inquired Edith. Reginald hesitated for a moment, then, with a deepening color, replied, "Sympathy is the motive assigned. She wishes to condole personally with your father and you in your affliction," and he sighed deeply. "Ah, how very kind," said Edith, "much more so than I should have expected from Lady Elizabeth, either from my own recollection of her or from anything I have ever heard of her. Perhaps she is much changed, and, if it is so, Papa and she may yet live happily together, and then, you know," she added, with a rising color, "he could better spare you when—" "Oh, impossible. They are so totally different, and Lady Elizabeth is such an invalid, so constantly complaining. Their habits are so dissimilar, in short, their ever living together is out of the question. She only proposes remaining for a week or two." "At least there can be no harm in trying the experiment for a week or two. That will soon pass away, whether pleasantly or not. But does she say nothing of Florinda? Won't she come too?" "I believe, of course. Here, Fido," to his dog, as he placed a saucer on the floor with some milk and water, and bent down as if deeply interested in the common action of Fido's lapping his breakfast. "Oh, how delighted I am!" exclaimed Edith, her eyes sparkling with animation. "I cannot tell you, Reginald, how much I have longed to see her again. My recollection of her is so vivid. I am sure I shall love her. She was such an engaging creature, and you remember how often I used to make up your little quarrels together. I am resolved to make you both good friends for evermore." Reginald made no immediate reply, for he was still occupied with his dog. At length he said in a cold, constrained manner, but without raising his head, "Excuse me, Edith, but we view this matter quite differently. I have already advised Glenroy to decline the visit." "Ah, Reginald, how could you be so unkind?" exclaimed Edith in a tone of reproach. "Because I thought it my duty," he replied, almost sternly. "But you may have mistaken it, dear Reginald," said Edith gently. Reginald went silent. "And will Papa then not receive them?" inquired she with a sigh. "I cannot tell. He was much perplexed and asked my advice, which I gave him, although it was not pleasant for me to be the umpire in such a matter. Tell me, Reginald, is it your dislike to Florinda that makes you so averse to receiving the visit?" Sir Reginald did not immediately reply. When he did, he said very coldly, "I never said I disliked her." "No, but I suspect you do," said Edith, looking at him with a soft smile, "and I long to reconcile you." "You would better not try," said Reginald sternly, then added in a voice of repressed emotion, "This visit can be productive of no pleasure. They are so different. They are both so unsuited to this place." "But for a short time it matters little," said Edith. "Even for a short time I am sure the visit will annoy your father. They will bring such a suite along with them. Lady Elizabeth has her traveling physician, and there is a French lady, a friend. But there is plenty of room, and we are accustomed to receive everybody. How unkind, then, it would be to refuse such near connections. Now come, dear Reginald, do persuade Papa to accept the visit." "That might be the test of my obedience, but not of my love," he said bitterly. While he spoke, Glenroy's bell had been sounding alarum, and now a servant entered in all haste, to say Glenroy wished to know what was detaining Miss Malcolm, and to desire she would bring the letter immediately. "Oh, by the by," exclaimed Sir Reginald in some confusion, "I had almost forgot. Glenroy charged me to show you the letter, and to request of you to answer it." And he drew forth the letter, and laid it before Edith. She took it from its envelope and at first glance exclaimed, "Florinda Waldegrave! I thought the letter had been from Lady Elizabeth." "'Tis much the same thing, is it not?" said Reginald. "Whether I write a letter or you do it for me, the letter is virtually Lady Elizabeth's." "What a pretty, elegant little hand she writes!" exclaimed Edith, as without further comment she began to read as follows. Quote, "My dear sir, at Mamma's request and in accordance with my own feelings, I beg leave to express to you the deep sympathy we feel on the mournful event which has taken place in your family. The early recollections of your kindness to me and the tender affection I always cherished for you and my dear brother and sister, for such I ever considered them, remain indelibly impressed upon my heart, and I wish nothing more earnestly than to be allowed an opportunity of proving to you how sincerely I participate in your affliction. Mamma is equally desirous of convincing you that, however circumstances may have unfortunately separated her for so long a period from you, she has ever retained a lively interest in your welfare, and that of all dearest to you. Should it not, therefore, be deemed an intrusion on your grief, we shall have much pleasure in being allowed to join your domestic circle and pass a week or two with you quietly at Glenroy, when it will be our most earnest study to endeavor to mitigate your sorrow by every means in our power. Mamma unites with me in every heartfelt wish for your health and returning happiness, and with kindest love to my dear sister Edith, I have the honor to be, my dear sir, your very sincere and obliged servant and daughter, Florinda Waldegrave. P.S. Mamma entreats you will not put yourself to the slightest inconvenience on her account, for although somewhat delicate, she is not at all particular as to her accommodation, and as for me, you may put me in the turret with which you used to threaten me when I was a naughty, troublesome little girl." End quote. "It is a very kind letter," said Edith with a sigh, as she finished it, "and yet—" She stopped. Here another message from Glenroy admitted of no further delay, and Edith was hastening to satisfy his impatience when Reginald stopped her. "Do not allow anything I have said to prejudice you against Lady Waldegrave," he said in agitation. "I ought not to have given an opinion. Do not let me think I have injured her in your estimation, Edith." "No, no," cried Edith hastily, as a perfect volley of bell-ringing caused her to fly. "Are you to be all day writing that letter, Edith? Is it not done yet?" were the queries that greeted her on her entrance. "I beg your pardon, Papa, but I have not had time." "Not had time? You've had time to write at least a dozen of letters. It's really intolerable. What's the use of you women learning to write at all? You should all keep to your needles and thread like that idiot Molly Macaulay, and not torment people with your trash of letters this way. Have you not written the one I desired you yet?" "It is not 5 minutes, Papa, since Reginald showed me the one you had received from Lady Waldegrave." "That's not the letter I am speaking about. It's the one I desired you to write in answer to that." "I understand you, Papa, but I really have not had time since. I tell you, the letter might have been halfway to London by this time." "My dear Papa, you know the post does not leave this till the evening." "That's nothing to the purpose. Your business was to write the letter when I desired you." "I will write it directly, Papa, if you will be so good as to tell me what I am to say." "How often am I to tell you what to say? I told you already, or at least I told Reginald, which is the same thing." "Reginald said you did not seem inclined to receive the visit." "How can I be inclined to receive a visit lying in my bed here? It's a most senseless and unfeeling proposal." "It must be kindly meant," said Edith gently, "and dear Papa, sympathy ought always to be kindly taken." "Sympathy? What good will all the sympathy in the world do to me? It will not bring back him that I've lost." A pause of some minutes ensued. "You may be quite well before Lady Elizabeth comes, Papa," said Edith, "and if not, you will at least have shown your hospitality and goodwill. But yet, if the thought of it is so unpleasant to you, to be sure the visit had better be refused than that you should suffer." "You don't know what you're speaking about. If I'm well and if I'm not well, how can I tell whether I'm to be well or ill? I wish both these ladies of quality had my gout in their fingers and toes to settle them and keep them from disturbing me in this manner. And there's Reginald, he has got the gout too, or I'm mistaken. His father had it when he was not much older than he is now. But if he could get it to fix in the foot, there would be no fear of him. But what's the reason you have not written that letter, Edith?" "I will write it now, Papa, if you will only tell me what you wish." "How can I tell you what I wish? Can't you ask Reginald and he'll tell you what I wish?" "Reginald and I don't quite agree about it, Papa." "Reginald and you don't agree? And do you really pretend to disagree with a man you're to be married to? And before you're married to him? I never heard of such a thing in my life as people not agreeing before they were married, not agree with a man that's to come after me." "Reginald and I are very good friends, Papa, and we shall be quite agreed when we know your wishes on this subject. but he is of opinion that it would be better to decline the visit, and he's quite right, much better. What the plague brings them here now? After staying away so long, they'd better have stayed altogether. The mother not particular. There's not a more troublesome, particular woman in the kingdom than she is. Then I shall write and say that the state of your health prevents you receiving their kindly meant visit at this time, or something to that purpose, Papa," said Edith, and she was leaving the room. "The state of the fiddlestick!" cried Glenroy peevishly. "I wish you would not be in such a hurry. What's the matter with my health? You women are always so impatient and so ready with your pens. What is there in the state of my health to keep people from coming to the house? You speak as if I had the plague. I've had a touch of the gout in my toe, which is now almost gone, and I'm better than I've been for months, and how can I tell people they're not to come to my house? It's a thing I never did in my life, and I'm not going to begin now. I wonder how you could propose such a thing, Edith, to refuse to admit a woman of rank, and my own wife too, within my door, and for 2 or 3 days. And her taking such a journey, poor thing, on purpose, and all for my poor boy. It's a piece of respect to him, and it says a great deal for her, and she shall be welcome to the best in my house for his sake." Here poor Glenroy began to weep, and Edith, distressed and perplexed after soothing him as well as she could by turning his thoughts to another channel, left him to have again recourse to Reginald for advice and assistance. But Reginald had set off to join a shooting party, and had left word he should not return till late in the evening. Edith had therefore to write the letter without further communing. Upon showing it to her father, he of course scolded and protested against it, and swore he would not receive any such visitors, but at the same time desired the letter might be sent off, accepting the visit. End of section 43. Section 44 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Destiny, Volume 1 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Section 44. Mrs. Macaulay's astonishment on being made acquainted with this revolution, or rather restoration, was excessive. "Well, Glenroy," cried she, as she repaired to his sitting-room, brimful of the subject, "I'm sure we may well say wonders will never cease. As sure as death, I could hardly believe Miss Edith when she told me. To think of your lady coming back to you of her own accord after staying so long away from you. Of all the wonderful things I've met with, and I have met with a good many in my day, this is the most extraordinary." "I see nothing in the least extraordinary in the matter," said Glenroy with dignified composure. "Oh, that must be because you are so wise, Glenroy, for I have heard that very wise people are never surprised at anything, which I think very extraordinary considering what curious creatures we are, and what wonderful things we meet with both by day and night. It was but just the night before last I had such a curious dream, but I'm not going to tell it to you, Glenroy," as she saw a volley ready to burst forth, "though I must always think it very uncommon that I should have dreamed such a dream at the very time your lady was coming back to you. I'm sure I hope she will behave herself now." "Behave herself," repeated Glenroy wrathfully. "I wish, Mrs. Macaulay, you would learn to behave yourself and not give your tongue such a license." "Well, what did I say was wrong there, Glenroy? For deed I do not think she behaved so discreetly as she might have done to you. But now that she has seen her fault, to be sure we should not speak about what's past. And I dare say she will make you a good and an obedient and well-behaved wife in all times to come. For once she comes here, I doubt if she'll be going away again. 'Deed, I wondered at her leaving you when she did." "And what right had you to wonder anything about it, Mrs. Macaulay? And where was the wonder of her going to look after her daughter's fortune at the time she did? She acted like a sensible, prudent woman. And now that she has secured that and got the girl properly educated, the first thing she does is to show her respect for me by bringing her back to me. But I dare say one reason of her leaving this was that the child might not be corrupted by you. You would have been a fit person to have educated a peeress, to be sure. You've made a fine hand of Edith, to be sure." "Oh, fie, Glenroy," cried Mrs. Macaulay, kindling a little at these aspirations. "I wonder to hear you. 'Deed, I don't think it sets you to speak in that disparaging way of your own daughter, and her so sweet and pretty and genteel, and so much admired. And I wonder you should set up the other one, considering what a little spoiled, impudent monkey she was. Indeed, I don't believe she's much better yet. For you see, Sir Reginald has never said a good word of her, and I really think he cannot bear the name of her." "You're an old goose, Molly Macaulay, and don't know what you are speaking about. I asked Reginald if he had any fault to find with her, and he said none in the world. and he said as much as that they had been upon a good enough footing when they met, and I know it was only his fear of their disturbing me that made him unwilling to admit them here, for he thinks more of me than any of you, I know that, and he's everything to me now, so take you care, Mrs. Macaulay, that you behave yourself properly." "Oh, Glenroy, as if I ever could behave myself improperly to anybody, especially to your lady and your stepdaughter. I'm sure I shall put my best foot foremost to please them, and I'm just thinking what little marks of my respect I can contrive for them that will be something out of the common." After much deliberation, she at last decided upon what she deemed a meet and appropriate offering for Glenroy's lady, in the form of a visiting card case with a view of the castle on one side, and on the other a full-length representation of the chief in the Highland dress, while Lady Waldegrave was to be made happy with a gown, tamboured in coloured silks, with what the artist called a running pattern of heather and thistles of her own contriving. Ben Bowie, who had only one mode of testifying emotions, either of grief or joy, ordered a new waistcoat for half-mourning, which even Mrs. Macaulay declared was ugly enough to speen a barn. Edith waited impatiently for Reginald's return, but instead of himself she received a note by the gamekeeper who had attended him, to say that he had been prevailed upon to take a night's quarters and spend a day or two with his old friend Dunross, at Lochdew, and that as he was now so far on his way to Dunshira, he would probably visit it before his return. He therefore desired his servant and horses might join him the following morning, and begged Edith would write him a line to say how Glenroy was, etc. All this was quite natural, and yet Edith felt a little mortified that Reginald should voluntarily absent himself from her even for a few days. It might be chiefly on her account, indeed, as it was probably a mere excuse to get to Dunshira with a view to prepare it for her reception, and she was angry with herself for the momentary chagrin she had given way to. She wrote him a few lines in reply, and told him what answer had been returned to Lady Waldegrave's letter by her father's desire. Then added a hope that he would not be long absent, and a request that he would do nothing to Dunshira on her account. There was, of course, a violent storm from Glenroy when he heard of his nephew's departure, but upon the whole he bore it better than could have been expected. The fact was, there was always some one subject that reigned paramount in his mind, and for the present that was the approaching visit of his lady. It was something to excite him, to confuse him, to keep him in talk, and make him fancy himself in a bustle, as the letter was scarcely gone before he began to watch for the arrival of his expected guests. But he soon began to weary of expectation and preparation. Not even steam itself could have kept pace with his impatience. How much less the tardy movements of even the fleetest of post-horses and the best paid of post-boys, when they depend upon the movements of fine ladies. He did not, indeed, pretend to say that he anticipated any pleasure from the arrival of his guests. On the contrary, he loudly declared that there ought to be an Act of Parliament to prevent women from travelling, and that he only wished his visitors would come that they might go away again. "I really wish this visit was over," he would exclaim 20 times a day. "Why can't they come and have done with it? Do they think I'm going to sit up this way day after day waiting for them? Haven't had time," to Edith. "What do you call time? I know I have had time to repent that ever I listened to such a mad-like proposal. What is it they mean to do after they come here? Are they to take up with Ben Bowie and Molly Macaulay? For I can tell them they're much mistaken if they think I'm to gallant them about. They're coming to your marriage, are they? But they'll surely have the discretion to write before they come." Edith assured him they would, as she had required of Lady Waldegrave to let her know when they might expect them. "And what's the reason Reginald's not come back? What am I to do if he does not come in time to receive them? I really wish, Edith, you would write and ask what's keeping him, and tell him that he must come directly. It's a pretty situation I'm landed in, with 2 strange women coming that I know nothing about. What do I know about your Lady Waldegrave? She's nothing to me, and my own boy gone." At length, a sudden and alarming attack of gout in the stomach put a stop to Glenroy's garrulous debatings. All was confusion and dismay. Expresses were sent off for medical assistance, and Edith wrote a hurried line to Sir Reginald, informing him of her father's situation. She had heard from him from Dunshira, where he said he had found so much to do that the time of his return was uncertain, but the intelligence of his uncle's danger, she was sure, would bring him instantly to Glenroy. And so it proved, for he lost not a moment in answering the summons. But before either he or the doctor arrived, the disorder had taken a favourable turn. The gout had resumed its station in the feet. Thus the danger was past for the time, and Glenroy was himself again, and everything and everybody resumed their former station and occupation. Reginald alone seemed restless and uneasy, abrupt in his answers and unequal in his spirits, But whenever he caught Edith's eye, he instantly rallied, recovered his self-possession, and began to talk to her of Dunshira, of all he was doing and had to do for her comfort and accommodation, and would then urge the necessity there was for returning there, having numerous work-people waiting his orders. But as the mention of such a purpose always threw Glenroy into an absolute paroxysm and made him gout all over, he at length agreed to remain where he was until his uncle's health should be more firmly re-established. "You surely do not think of receiving Lady Elizabeth now?" said he to Edith, one day when she was expressing her expectation of a letter from Lady Waldegrave. "No, I scarcely expect them now," said she, "as I wrote to Florinda when Papa was taken ill. But if they had set out, of course, she could not have received my letter. However, I must hear from her soon, as she will, at all events, write to apprise me of the day of their arrival, if they are really coming." "If they should come," said Reginald in a tone of affected composure, "I shall take advantage of your having such good company to return to Dunshira for a few days. Glenroy will probably be quite well by that time, and I am anxious to forward the operations." "Surely, Reginald, you will not think of leaving us at such a time," said Edith. "How very unkind! I may also say rude, it would seem, to Lady Elizabeth and Florinda." "That is a very secondary consideration," replied he. "Seems signifies little to me in comparison of should. I ought to return to Dunshira at that time," he added, endeavoring to retain the same artificial tone. "Nay, more, Edith, why might not you accompany me? Why," he continued with more visible agitation, "may we not make out our marriage quietly at least, if not privately now, before these people come?" "Surely you are not serious, Reginald?" cried Edith in amazement. "Perfectly so," returned he quickly. "I can scarcely believe you," said she. "What can your motive be for so strange a proposal?" "In the first place," said he, "I feel that I have been long enough exhibited as your lover. In the next, we should avoid the intolerable éclat which always attends on these things. And lastly," he added, with a sort of mocking air, "since your father is going to be reunited to his lady-love, 'tis to be supposed he will be too happy to be dependent upon other society, and consequently he could more easily spare us." "What have I said to offend you, Edith?" he continued quickly, as she remained silent, and the tears swelled in her eyes. "Much," she said with emotion. "And yet I am sure you did not mean to hurt me, Reginald," she added tenderly. "If you were hurt, the fault must be your own, not mine," said Reginald coldly. Edith's tears fell, but she made no reply. Reginald proceeded in the manner of one who had worked himself up to be angry. "Since my return 2 months ago, I have never ceased importuning you to fulfill your engagement. I have repeatedly besought you to become mine, publicly or privately, I cared not which, but there has always been some frivolous pretext or another for delay. Yes, even the color of your gown has been made the excuse," he cried, with rising vehemence, "as if such weak, superstitious fancies could have swayed you, had you really, truly loved." "Unkind, unjust that you are," said Edith, choked with her tears. "No, the unkindness, the injustice is yours," cried he, still more passionately. "Heaven is witness that I would have fulfilled our contract long before now. You must do me the justice to own that the moment I was assured your affection for me was unchanged, I would have made you mine. You need not blame me, then, if your behavior leads me at least to doubt the reality of that affection." Edith was too much overcome to reply. She was accustomed to the querulous fault-finding of her father, and from that and other evils she had been wont to find a refuge in the tenderness of Reginald. But this burst of displeasure was too much for her, and she wept in meek and silent anguish, while he paced the room with the air of one who would rather be still more exasperated than mollified. At that moment Ben Bowie entered the room, and was making up to Sir Reginald with an open letter, and beginning something about commissioners of supply, when, hastily brushing past him with an air of reckless hauteur, he quitted the apartment. At the same time the dressing-bell sounded, and Edith retired to her chamber to compose herself as she best could for meeting her angry and unreasonable lover at dinner. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 45. Sir Reginald did not make his appearance in the drawing-room, and it was not till the party were all seated that he entered the dining-room, and then his looks and manner still betokened a mind ill at ease. He was silent and absent, inattentive to the company, and almost rude to poor Mrs. Macaulay, when she attempted to coax him into a better humour by her simple and somewhat ill-timed allusions. Edith felt unequal to bear a part in the conversation. It was all she could do to retain the tears that rose in her eyes, as she now and then encountered Sir Reginald's glance, which, if it did not speak positive displeasure, at least evinced a sort of impatient dissatisfaction. The dessert had been just placed on the table when Boyd entered with a face of importance, and announced that 2 travelling carriages had just entered the avenue, and while he yet spoke, the sound of approaching horses and wheels confirmed the fact. In another second they swept round and drew up. "Can this be Lady Elizabeth?" exclaimed Edith, rising from the table in some agitation, while Sir Reginald, shading his face with one hand, poured out several succession bumpers of champagne, and drank them off unnoticed in the general confusion that prevailed. "Didn't ken nobody else?" cried Mrs. Macaulay, who had hastened to the window. "There's the 2 ladies in a barouche, and a well-loaded one, too, and a gentleman. No, he's only a servant, behind, and there's 2 very smart-looking ladies as maids, I'm thinking, in the other carriage. And oh, what a sight of imperials and trunks and boxes! It's a mercy Glenroy does not see them. But I declare I don't think it's Lady Elizabeth, after all, or else she's grown younger and handsomer than ever she was." "Sir Reginald, will you go and receive Lady Elizabeth?" cried Edith. Then, struck with the change in his countenance, she exclaimed, "But you are ill." "No, nothing," he cried, starting up, his pale cheek and downcast eyes suddenly flashing and sparkling with false fire, while the sweetest and most melodious of voices was now heard in the hall, as if speaking to her dog, and presently Lady Waldegrave was announced. Edith flew to the door to receive her, but she started in surprise at the beauty, the surpassing beauty and brilliancy of the figure that met her view, and gracefully opened her arms to receive her embrace. For some moments Edith's emotion rendered her unconscious of everything but that her once fondly loved Florinda was restored to her. But at the same time the remembrance of her lost brother mingled with the tide of feeling, and rendered her unable to articulate the common expressions of welcome. "You are very kind, dear Edith," said Lady Waldegrave, as she raised her head and shook back the beautiful ringlets which shaded her face. "I scarcely deserve to be so well received, considering how I have broken in upon your family party. I am afraid I have disturbed you." "Oh, do not think of apologies at such a time," said Edith, again tenderly embracing her and gazing with looks of fond admiration through her tears. "Dearest Florinda, how welcome you are to Glenroy!" "I assure you I cannot be more welcome than I am delighted to return," replied Lady Waldegrave, with an earnestness of manner which left no doubt of her sincerity. Edith did not immediately answer, for her attention was attracted to Sir Reginald, who was standing with his back to them, talking and laughing strangely loud with the other lady, when Lady Waldegrave called to her, "Madame Le Tour, allow me to present you to Miss Malcolm." Then, observing Edith's look of surprise, she exclaimed, "Ah, did I forget to mention Madame Le Tour to you? She was my governess, and is now my friend. She is a very charming, accomplished person, and excels in speaking broken English." Madame Le Tour, thus called upon, saluted Edith with all the ease and grace of her country, while Sir Reginald, for the first time recognizing Lady Waldegrave, made a slight constrained bow, and then turned abruptly away. Edith was shocked at the rudeness of such a reception. Lady Waldegrave blushed, and said in a low voice, but sufficiently loud for him to overhear, "I scarcely expected to find Sir Reginald Malcolm at Glenroy." Such avowed marks of hostility at the very outset, and from persons of such high breeding and refinement, struck Edith with surprise and consternation. She knew not what to reply, and in some confusion said, We expected to see Lady Elizabeth, and I hope nothing has occurred." "Oh, Mamma will be here," said Lady Waldegrave, "but her carriage is heavier than mine, and I flatter myself," added she with sweetness, "my impatience was also greater than even hers to reach Glenroy and its loved ones," gently pressing Edith's hand as she spoke. "But I am really shocked at having deranged your little party." As Mrs. Macaulay and Ben Bowie remained in all the awkwardness of suspense, not knowing whether to sit or stand. "I dare say your ladyship will not remember me," said Mrs. Macaulay, on coming forward. "My dear Mrs. Macaulay," said Lady Waldegrave, affectionately embracing her, "how can you suppose I ever could forget you? Indeed, I never do forget those I love," she said with much earnestness. "And you used to be so kind to me when I was a little, naughty, mischievous creature." "'Deed then, my lady, and you was that," replied the simple Mackie. "But I'm sure one need only look at you to see that you are not that now." Lady Waldegrave laughed, and there was melody even in her laugh. "And, Ben Bowie, I hope I see you well," extending the tip of her finger to him. "But where is Glenroy?" Looking round as she missed him for the first time, Edith explained that he was confined to his own apartment with a fit of the gout. "How sorry I am," said Lady Waldegrave, in a tone beautifully modulated to pity. Then in a moment changing it to one of delight, she exclaimed, "Come, dear Fido," as Sir Reginald's dog entered the room, and flew to her with demonstrations of joy. "How kindly Fido welcomes me," said she, as she fondled it. "He has not forgot me, dear Fido," she repeated, as she continued to load it with caresses, unmindful of the jealousy testified by her own favourite. Sir Reginald made no reply, but with a heightened colour called the dog to himself, and, striking it, sternly bade it be quiet. Edith was still more confounded by Reginald's behaviour, that he, who was so uniformly polite and well-bred, should behave with rudeness to any woman, but more especially to one so lovely and fascinating, was quite incomprehensible. His dog, too, of which he had hitherto evinced a care and tenderness that seemed almost ridiculous, to lift his hand against it, for no other reason, as it seemed, than because it had caressed Lady Waldegrave. Surely this was carrying antipathy to its utmost bounds. Rousing herself from these reflections, however, she said, "I need scarcely ask if you have dined. I can only apologize for the uncomfortable meal I fear you will now have." "Were I to answer you myself, I should say I had dined," replied Lady Waldegrave, "as I really don't mind dinner so much as many people do, and we had some not very bad mutton chops at the last stage, only they did taste a little of peats and whiskey," she added, laughing. "But if you ask Madame Latour, she will tell you she has not dined since she left London." "Get dinner immediately for Madame Latour," cried Sir Reginald hastily, to a servant who happened to be in the room. Then, colouring at his own impetuosity, he turned to Edith and said, "I beg pardon, Miss Malcolm, for presuming to anticipate your orders. It is time Glenroy should resume his place, since I am already usurping his authority." "Oh, no," said Edith gently. "Papa would be pleased to see you performing the duties of his proxy by showing hospitality, which, you know, is all we poor Highlanders have to show to those kind friends who have come so far to see us." "I think I might be prevailed upon to eat some of these Alpine strawberries," said Lady Waldegrave, as she seated herself at table. A slight bend of the head was the only reply Sir Reginald vouchsafed as he helped the strawberries, without once looking towards his beautiful guest. Glenroy's bell had been sounding vehemently at intervals for some time, and a message now came desiring to see Sir Reginald or Miss Malcolm directly. Sir Reginald instantly started up, as if glad of the summons, and merely saying to Edith, "I will save you the trouble," hastily quitted the room. "How extrêmement Sir Reginald est changé!" exclaimed Madame Latour, addressing her friend. "Ce n'est que l'ombre de lui-même. How his palais est morne, what you call pensive. Miss Malcolm, you must be sensible of an extraordinaire changement of Sir Reginald." Edith's attention had been so engrossed by Florinda that she had little to bestow upon Madame Latour, but, thus called upon, she considered her more attentively, and the impression made was not of a pleasing kind. Madame Latour, though rather past her prime, was still a showy, handsome brunette, with quick black eyes, good white teeth, a well-got-up complexion, and an air of the most thorough self-possession.
"Sir Reginald has not been very well of late,"
said Edith, casting down her eyes to avoid the piercing stare which accompanied the interrogation. "Ah, I am much inquiet for him," resumed Madame, with a shake of the head. "He was si joli, si charmant, what you call plaisante. L'a dit voix de grave, n'êtes-vous pas frappé, struck with the change?" "I have scarcely yet had time to observe Sir Reginald's looks," replied Lady Waldegrave carelessly. "But I thought you and he seemed very merry together. Oh, we talk,
"Nous rions,
laugh for one moment,
mais donc il est si maigre."
what you call thin." Meanwhile, a repast from the debris of the dinner had been quickly got up at the other end of the room, and no sooner was it arranged than Madame Latour started up with great alacrity and repaired to it. Lady Waldegrave declined partaking of it, saying she preferred dining on the dessert. Benbowie, whose appetite was of a most hospitable nature, instinctively stalked away, and took his place by her, as if intending to do the honours of the banquet, which indeed he did, if devouring everything within his reach was deemed an exemplary mark of hospitality. "Cette grosse est excellent, excellent," said Madame Latour, after she had helped herself to the back and breast of a moor fowl, leaving the legs and pinions for Benbowie, who, like panting Time, toiled after her in vain. She flew like a butterfly or bee from dish to dish, extracting the very heart and soul from each as she skimmed along, while at the same time she kept calling for every species of sauce and condiment that ever had been heard of, which she contrived to mix with the most admirable dexterity. "Madame Latour est un peu gourmande," said Lady Waldegrave, addressing Edith, "but otherwise she is the best creature in the world, so perfectly good-hearted, and so devoted to me. I am sure you will like her." Edith could not violate sincerity so far as to say she thought she should, for she already felt what she rarely did, a strong prepossession against this, quote, "best creature in the world," unquote. So she changed the subject by making a sort of apology for Reginald's protracted absence.
"But Papa is so fond of him,"
she said,
"that he finds it very difficult to get away from him."
Then, with an air of hesitation, she added,
"Sir Reginald and you met abroad, I believe?"
"Yes, we met occasionally," replied her ladyship, slightly colouring. "What very pretty china this is! Dresden, I am sure," examining her plate with great attention. "After all, there is nothing so pretty as flowers upon china." Edith assented, and then timidly added, "Madame Latour seems much struck with the change in Reginald's appearance." "He does look rather triste," said Lady Waldegrave, as she drew another plate towards her. "What a charming group! These carnations are perfect." "The loss of my dear brother," said Edith with emotion, "has affected Reginald very deeply." "Ah, true. replied Lady Waldegrave, putting on a very soft, melancholy look. That and the remains of malaria which he had at Rome will account to you for the present depressed state of his spirits. Oh, perfectly, said Lady Waldegrave, biting her lip as if to repress a smile which lurked round her beautiful mouth and shone in her large blue eyes. Madame Latour's devotion meanwhile had been dedicated exclusively to her dinner, and having done due honour to it, she was now on her way to the dessert, when Lady Waldegrave rose, saying, "Pray, dear Edith, let us go to the drawing-room. The smell of 2 dinners is rather too much for those who have not partaken of either." Putting her arm within Edith's, she then gracefully sauntered out of the room, stopping occasionally to remark upon some of the pictures, which she did in the style of one who was perfect mistress of the theory of painting. They were soon followed by the rest of the party, with the exception of Sir Reginald. An air of languid discontent was now insensibly stealing over Lady Waldegrave, in spite of Madame Latour's efforts to amuse by her broken English, when again the sound of wheels was heard. Presently a heavy-laden travelling coach drew up, from the windows of which dogs' heads were seen protruding in all directions. "There comes mamma and her tiresome dogs," exclaimed Lady Waldegrave in a tone of chagrin. At that moment the hall resounded with the sharp, shrill treble of 3 lap-dogs, which was quickly accompanied by a deep running bass from the various dogs of the household, and then caught up by the imprisoned yells of the more remote inmates of the kennel, in notes by distance made more sweet.
"Ah, I am happy to see Reginald has gone to receive Lady Elizabeth,"
said Edith, as his voice was heard in the hall giving orders to the servants, and then flying down the steps, he presented his arm to Lady Elizabeth as she alighted, and appeared to welcome her with the semblance of the greatest cordiality. How differently he met Lady Waldegrave, thought Edith, then hastened forward to receive her stepmother. End of section 45. Section 46 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 46. Lady Elizabeth was now a thin, weak, cross, old-looking woman, dressed in the extreme of youthfulness, with an unnatural profusion of flaxen ringlets dangling round withered, hollow, rouged cheeks. She but just touched Edith's hand, and laid her face to hers, then passed on to her daughter, and putting her arms round her, kissed her with a sort of hysterical emphasis. Then, in a peevish, querulous tone, exclaimed,
"You may thank heaven, child, you see me safe and tolerably well. What a frightful road for me to travel! How could you leave me, my love? I have been excessively alarmed. Those dreadful precipices, and that shocking water."
"Quite charming, mamma," said Lady Waldegrave. It seemed as if Scott's beautiful description of the Trossachs had started into life, and in a low tone, but with perfect modulation of voice and manner, she repeated some of those glowing lines.
"Nonsense, my dear,"
exclaimed Lady Elizabeth.
"It is a frightful, a dangerous road, and it was very improper of you, my love, to leave my carriage so far behind."
"I beg pardon, mamma, but it did not appear to me there was the slightest danger," said her daughter.
"My dear love, don't say so,"
cried her ladyship impatiently.
"I never in my life travelled so dangerous a road.
"If I had had the slightest recollection of it,"
I never should have attempted it, even to gratify you, my sweetest. Those tremendous rocks on one hand, and the lake on the other. Shocking! I had forgot it entirely. Else I certainly never should have dreamt of such a thing as coming here."
"Don't you feel fatigued, mamma?" inquired Lady Waldegrave.
"Certainly, my love, excessively fatigued, and my nerves shaken beyond expression, and those dear dogs. Bijou was really quite ill. I'm surprised Glenroy can suffer such a road. It ought not to be permitted. If I had been traveling in the dark, or if my horses had taken fright, or 1,000 things might have happened."
"Don't you think mamma must be much fatigued, Dr. Price?" said Lady Waldegrave, turning to a sickly-looking, elderly man in a black wig, green surtout, white trousers, pale hands, and a ring.
"Unquestionably,"
replied the doctor in a slow, hesitating manner.
"Her ladyship has been much agitated, and consequently must be considerably exhausted. If her ladyship is to die now, I would recommend half an hour's repose after dinner, either upon a couch or easy chair, whichever she gives the preference to. Or if there is to be any delay in the preparing of her ladyship's repast, then I would advise the rest to be taken previous to partaking of it."
Edith took the hint, and, ringing the bell, ordered a third dinner to be prepared as soon as possible for her very considerate guests. Then, having procured some refreshments in the meantime, she offered to conduct Lady Elizabeth to her apartment. With a languid air she accepted Edith's arm, but as she was leaving the room, turned round and called,
"Florinda, my darling, you must come too. And, Dr. Price, you will give Rosalie her directions about the drops, and do see that the dogs get their dinners, for they're almost famished, poor loves. Do, Florinda, love, come with me. I assure you I have been excessively alarmed. It is all your doing, my dear. That road was really quite frightful. I shall never forget my alarm."
Here Lady Waldegrave swept her fingers over a harp which stood near, and thus contrived to evade the proposal. Lady Elizabeth, after another ineffectual attempt to attract her daughter's attention, suffered Edith to lead her from the room, but it was with difficulty she managed to shuffle along, in shoes evidently much too small for her feet.
"Lady Waldegrave is a charming creature, is she not?"
said she, stopping in the middle of the hall, and leaning her whole weight on Edith. "Oh, beautiful!" exclaimed Edith. "I could not have imagined anything so faultless, and at the same time so captivating."
"Ah, very true. Her manners are very good. I have bestowed great pains upon her. She is, perhaps, if anything, but it is scarcely perceptible, a single degree too much embonpoint. At least she may be, unless she is upon her guard. I was a perfect whipping post at her age, and even now I don't think I am larger than she is. It is a great matter to preserve the figure. Nothing makes people look so soon old as allowing themselves to grow fat and get out of shape. Florinda's figure, to be sure, is perfection. Rather, if anything, too tall, perhaps. She is taller than I am. Otherwise, as Monsieur Perpignan said, we might very well pass for twins. A pretty thought, was it not?"
Edith could scarcely restrain a smile as she looked at the old, wrinkled scarecrow, who sought to assimilate herself with her young and blooming daughter. Her ladyship went on.
"She has been prodigiously admired and recherchée wherever we went, but I don't intend that she should marry yet, for, in fact,
Lady Waldegrave has nothing to gain by marriage.
like myself, she may lose, but she can scarcely better herself. It is very well for des fils sans dot to be eager about a settlement, but with my daughter's rank, beauty, fashion, and fortune, what is she to look for? And if she were to marry now, she would have a daughter at her heels, while she herself was quite a young woman. I married a great deal too soon, and you see the consequence. I may be a grandmother in the very prime of life. Shocking and foolish.
They had now reached the door of her ladyship's apartment, and upon entering the dressing-room, the floor was covered with imperials, wells, trunks, boxes, sacs de nuit, and packages of every description, which her maid and footman were busily employed in putting to rights.
Do, Rosalie, contrive to get my things unpacked and arranged as quickly as possible,
cried Lady Elizabeth impatiently, and looking round the room.
Pray ask the housekeeper to let me have a chaise longue. I rather prefer it to a sofa. And bring up my dog baskets and cushions. Let me have a larger table, and have that commode carried away. I shall not have room to turn about here.
Then addressing her footman,
And, Rousseau, look to my guitar, and have it brought here with my music books, and portefeuille. I brought my guitar and Rossini's last opera, as I thought it would amuse Glenroy to have a little good music. But I am sorry to hear from Sir Reginald that he is so unwell. I shall make a point of Dr. Price seeing him. He is the best creature in the world, dresses so well, he is so skilful and gentlemanly, and is never out of the way. I have the most perfect confidence in him. It is very unfortunate for him, poor man, that he has such wretched health himself. Had it been otherwise, indeed, he must have been devoted to the public, and I should not have had the good fortune to attach him to my establishment, and I am in hopes change of scene and travelling may do him good. How very tedious you are, Rosalie! Do get my things ready, that I may begin to dress.
I beg pardon, said Edith, but I think Dr. Price recommended your taking a little rest before dinner, and as we are quite a family party, I hope you won't add to your fatigue by dressing.
Oh, Dr. Price does not at all understand that sort of thing, replied her ladyship. He is excellent in his way, but I shall put on a black gown to-day, Rosalie. Florinda and I agreed to wear black at first, as a sort of proper compliment, you know,
glancing at Edith's deep mourning.
Otherwise I never do wear black. It is so unpleasant, and puts such shocking thoughts in one's head. But we won't talk of it. It makes me quite ill to think of such things.
Then, as Rosalie announced that her ladyship's toilet was ready, she gently pressed the tip of Edith's fingers, and said,
Now, my dear, I shall join you in half an hour.
And Edith gladly availed herself of the hint to withdraw. Wearied and sickened at the frivolity, heartlessness, and egotism already so fully developed in her stepmother's conversation, Edith bitterly repented having been accessory to bringing her to the house. Reginald was right, thought she. Papa will never be able to bear this, and she trembled to think of the shock that would ensue when two such antipodes came in contact. It was therefore with fear she returned into her father's presence, whom she found already apprised of the extent of the party, Ben Bowie having twice counted them over to him on his fingers, and thus demonstrated to him that there was an individual to each, thumbs included. Edith had, of course, to bear a storm of reproach and invective for having brought such a crew to the house, interspersed with threats of turning the doctor and Frenchwoman, with their attendants, out of it, and of not seeing the face of one of them as long as they stayed. End of section 46. Section 47 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 47. In the drawing-room, Edith found only Lady Waldegrave and her friend. The former was reclining languidly on a sofa, and Madame Latour was seated on a low stool by her, discoursing with much energy in her native language.
Soyez sûr qu'il est passionnément amoureux,
exclaimed she vehemently, as Edith entered. Then, on perceiving her, she called,
Venez ici, Mademoiselle Malcom. Dites-moi, croyez-vous qu'elle soit paisible d'aimer cette dame? N'est-elle pas refuse? What you call ugly?
And making a grimace, she put her hands before her eyes. Lady Waldegrave slightly blushed, and smiled as, half rising from her reclining attitude, she extended her hand to Edith, and said, You have been sadly bored, I fear, dear Edith. But we must not allow Mamma to monopolize you thus. There was something so sweet and fascinating in Lady Waldegrave's every tone and look and movement, that Edith, won by the charm, seated herself by her, and soon forgot her momentary dissatisfaction with Lady Elizabeth and Madame Latour. How vivid my remembrance is of you, said she coaxingly to Edith, and how like a dream it seems to find myself again here, where everything awakens some childish recollection, most of them to my own shame, indeed, when I think what a little saucy chit I was. And by the by, how very unkind and ungrateful you must have thought me in never having written to you. But, indeed, you cannot conceive how much I have been under the control of guardians and governesses for the last 12 years. Thank heaven, I am now pretty much emancipated from bondage, but I do assure you it is a very tiresome thing to be trained up to be a person of consequence, and I often thought with envy of the delightful liberty you enjoyed of rambling amongst your Highland hills and forests with the boys, while I was condemned to lessons from morning till night. My only relaxation was a walk in the park with my governesses, or a still more tiresome drive with Mamma. But you have forgiven me, dearest Edith, have you not? And she put her arm round Edith's neck, and laid her head on her shoulder, and looked in her face with the most winning expression. I have nothing to forgive. I am sure I never shall have anything to forgive you, said Edith, with fond affection. Non, non, c'est un ange, un parfait ange, exclaimed Madame Latour, putting her handkerchief to her eyes. Mais, Lady Waldegrave, ne faites-vous pas toilette ce soir? Inquired she, as she rose from the lowly seat and glanced at herself in an opposite mirror. No, I am too lazy. Will you excuse me, Edith, if I remain en déshabillé? Ah, c'est le privilège de la jeunesse et de la beauté de se passer dernièrement. Mais lorsqu'on est un peu passé, ma belle, Madame sighed affectedly. Ainsi je vais sonner pour ma femme de chambre. And to Edith's great relief, Madame Latour retired to her toilet. Apropos of dress, said Lady Waldegrave, I hope you admire cameos, Edith, because I have brought you some,
and I shall be sorry if you don't happen to like them. I am very impatient to show them to you, so I shall send for them now." And, in spite of Edith's remonstrances, she rang the bell for her maid. In a few minutes the box was brought, and an exquisite set of cameos, of the most perfect design and execution, was presented to Edith, whose native good taste enabled her at once to appreciate the beauty and value of the gift.
"How my heart overflows with affection and kind wishes,"
said Lady Waldegrave.
"I now feel so forcibly the truth of that beautiful sentiment of Madame de Staël's. Il y a en nous un superflu d'aimer qu'il est dû de consacrer à ce qui est beau, quand ce qui est bien est accompli. Not that I can flatter myself with having accomplished the good,"
added she, with a smile.
"Le beau is so much more to my taste than le bien."
"If to give pleasure is to do good, you have succeeded in one instance,"
said Edith, as she continued admiring the various beauties of the classic gems.
"But I am afraid there's too much of le beau here to admit of much of le bien."
Lady Waldegrave was silent for a few minutes, then, with a sigh, said,
"Whether I shall ever do good is doubtful, but it is certain that I have already been the cause of much mischief. I cannot tell you how much I lament the unfortunate misunderstanding that took place between Lady Elizabeth and Glenroy. It grieves me more than I can express to think that I should have been the cause, the unintentional one indeed, of their separation."
"Do not distress yourself on that account, dear Florinda,"
said Edith tenderly.
"for indeed Lady Elizabeth and Papa seem so different. I do not think they ever could have lived happily together."
"You are very kind and considerate to say so,"
replied Lady Waldegrave, pressing her hand,
"but we cannot tell what habit might have done. I must therefore always look upon myself as the cause of this, I fear, irreparable mischief."
"You blame yourself unjustly,"
said Edith earnestly.
"Young as I was at the time, from what I remember, I should suppose you had only been one of many causes of disagreement."
"Perhaps so, but still I feel as a guilty thing. Oh, how glad I should be if I could see them fairly reconciled."
"To tell you the truth, I have often, especially of late, felt the same wish,"
said Edith, with a slight degree of confusion.
"But now I see, I fear, I do not think it will be practicable. They are so different."
"Of that you must be a better judge than I,"
replied Lady Waldegrave,
"as my impression of Glenroy is probably very imperfect. I only remember him a very tall, fine-looking man, with a loud voice and an authoritative manner, of which I was a little afraid, but perhaps circumstances may have softened these."
Edith shook her head.
"Papa is very kind-hearted and affectionate,"
said she,
"but he likes to have his own way, and Lady Elizabeth has, of course, been so long independent of control."
"Ah, true," interrupted Lady Waldegrave.
"Mamma is not easily managed, and she is excessively fond of what is called a gay life, and therefore, I fear, we must be satisfied with a mere temporary reconciliation, without attempting a more solid union. It is unfortunate, for when I marry, Mamma would be more respectable living with her husband than she will be by herself. And when you marry, which, of course, you will also do, now don't blush, Edith, love, I am not going to talk of lovers. I shall find out in good time whether you have any affaires du coeur, so pray don't make me your confidant. 'Tis the office in the world I have the greatest dread of."
Edith laughed and promised, and the conversation was ended by the entrance of Sir Reginald and Dr. Price, looking like two people whom chance, not choice, had thrown together. Sir Reginald drew near, as if about to address Lady Waldegrave, then stopped, and turned to the table where the cameos were, and taking up one of the bracelets, commended the beauty of it. "They are indeed perfect," said Edith. "Each cameo is a picture in itself, and I should have thought myself rich with any one of them, but Lady Waldegrave insists upon my accepting the whole set." Sir Reginald said nothing, but hastily put down the bracelet, and, joining Dr. Price at one of the windows, immediately began to talk politics with him. Edith coloured with shame at this proof of her lover's rudeness and dislike to Lady Waldegrave. "And yet," she thought, "how is it possible to hate anything so beautiful and captivating? What can be the cause of this coldness which he seems to feel for everything connected with a creature so lovely and engaging?"
"How did you like my picture, Edith?"
inquired Lady Waldegrave.
"Should you have known me by it?"
Edith looked at her with the air of one who is at a loss to comprehend the meaning of a question. "Your picture?" replied she. "I never saw any picture of you, except the little daub done by Mrs. Macaulay, which, bad as it is, has always hung in my dressing-room. You don't mean that?"
"No, the picture I sent you from Florence. Whom did I send it by?"
as if trying to recollect.
"I certainly did send it. How provoking that I should not be able to tell by whom. There were a number of English there. But perhaps Sir Reginald Malcolm might, if he chose, assist my memory."
Sir Reginald took no notice, but continued talking with much energy with Dr. Price on the affairs of Europe. Edith called to him. "Sir Reginald, Sir Reginald, I wish you would come and assist Lady Waldegrave and me in our attempts to recover a picture she gave in charge to someone at Florence for me, but which I have never received."
"Even if I guessed at the offender,"
said Sir Reginald in a low voice,
"Lady Waldegrave surely would not have the cruelty to have his name exposed to the indignation which his conduct merits."
Reginald was behind Edith, who did not see his face as he spoke, but he was opposite to Lady Waldegrave, who blushed deeply, while something like a smile was upon her lip. "Is it Florinda or I whose indignation you think would be so excessive?" asked Edith.
"Both,"
he replied, as he turned quickly and rejoined Dr. Price.
"It must be from mere carelessness that it has not been delivered,"
said Lady Waldegrave.
"But if it does not appear soon, you or I must drop an advertisement for it, Edith. Seriously, it must be recovered, as a lock of my hair accompanied it, and it is not every one I should choose to be in possession of such things, valueless as they may be to the retainer."
Sir Reginald and Dr. Price were busily engaged looking at an atlas, and the two friends continued to converse together, till Lady Elizabeth made her appearance, dressed like 15 for her first ball.
"My dear Florinda,"
she exclaimed,
"what do I see? Not yet dressed? How very uncomfortable it makes me to see anybody in a morning gown in the evening. It is so very trying. An angel could not stand such a test. I do assure you, my dear, you look very ill."
"Thank you, mamma," said Lady Waldegrave, coolly, and taking up a footstool cover, with Mrs. Macaulay's needle still sticking in it, she began to work with an air of unconcern.
"Too ridiculous!"
cried Lady Elizabeth, with a shrug of her little bare shoulders.
You only want a brass thimble to make you quite complete, Lady Waldegrave. Why should you wish to look like a dowdy, my love?
Then, in a whisper to Edith,
She is a beautiful creature, to be sure. What a profile, what a throat, what hands! Madame d'Aumont used to say she should have known her to be my daughter anywhere from the hands alone. Hands and feet, you know, are the greatest criterions of birth. Heavens, how she was admired at Paris! She is a little spoilt, perhaps, by the sensation she caused.
here her ladyship's dinner was announced, and, as Edith rose to attend her, Lady Waldegrave exclaimed,
Poor dear Edith, this is really too much, to do the honours of 3 dinners in one day. How you must hate us all! Cannot good Mrs. Macaulay relieve you from this duty? I am sure mamma will excuse you.
Mrs. Macaulay and Ben Bowie are always with papa in the evening, said Edith. But at any rate, Sir Reginald and I would wish to welcome Lady Elizabeth to Glenroy ourselves, and as you did not partake of the first dinner, perhaps you will join our party.
No dinner, my dear child,
cried Lady Elizabeth.
What do I hear? How very foolish! How could Madame Latour suffer such a thing? No wonder you look pale, quite abattue. Come, my love, you shall dine with me. My dinner, you know, is a mere make-believe. Sir Reginald, you will take charge of Lady Waldegrave?
Putting her own arm within Edith's. Sir Reginald hastily recoiled at the proposal, then quickly recovering himself, was advancing, when Lady Waldegrave said, with an air of coldness, Excuse me, mamma, I have already dined, and I prefer remaining here. But, my dear love, you will be alone. Some one must stay with you. Not you, pressing Edith's arm. I have much to say to you. Perhaps Dr. Price. But the doctor looked very glum at the proposal, and luckily at that moment Madame Latour appeared, which settled the point, and the party proceeded to the dining-room, leaving the 2 friends together. I wish particularly to talk to you, my dear, said her ladyship in a low voice to Edith, as she walked mincingly along. There are many things very interesting to both of us I have on my mind at present. By the by, my dear, your hair is not dressed quite à la mode. It becomes you very well, but still it is too simple for the present style. The simple is now quite exploded. And, indeed, I'm not sure that I like simplicity, though it does well enough now and then, by way of a little variety. Florinda, for instance, may simple now and then for a whim, but she may do anything she chooses. You have heard these pretty lines somebody made upon her. Tender or free, in smiles or sadness dressed, the reigning humour ever suits her best. Then, as she seated herself at table, she repeated, quote, tender and free, unquote, etc. Sir Reginald, do you remember who it was made these lines upon my daughter? I beg pardon, said Sir Reginald.
But I believe the lines are to be found in Partenapex de Blois.
Excuse me, Sir Reginald,
replied the lady, with an air of displeasure.
But the lines were made upon Lady Waldegrave, as any one may perceive at once, and, as Mr. Ellington very well remarked to me, they were a perfect picture of her. Mr. Ellington repeats verses better than anybody I know. This soup is very good. It is very good.
Sending away her plate after taking 2 spoonfuls.
I know you don't recommend salmon to me, Dr. Price, but that looks so particularly well, I will just taste it.
Then, having taken a little of it, it was also sent off.
Pray, send me a pâté, Dr. Price. Ah, chicken pâté. Very well seasoned, though.
Putting down the knife and fork after the first mouthful.
Yes, I will try the fricando.
And so on with game, tarts, jellies, and dessert, in a manner enough to have raised the ghost of Lycurgus, or Dr. Gregory. No sooner had she finished than, quickly rising, she again linked herself to Edith.
Now, let us go to the library, or the saloon, or anywhere to be quiet, as I wish to have a little tête-à-tête with you, my dear. I have so much to say to you, and, apropos, do you know, I think Sir Reginald Malcolm excessively disagreeable? How very rude to contradict me about these lines. I know he is your cousin, but nobody minds cousins. To tell you the truth, I never did like him. As a boy, you know, he was shocking. He had very nearly killed my daughter. As you may remember, he had beat her in the most frightful manner. In fact, had almost actually strangled her. I certainly never would have forgiven it, and I did not approve of Florinda's having admitted him to her acquaintance. It began when she was absent from me, with her aunt, Lady Escott, at Naples, else I never would have permitted it.
Lady Waldegrave and Sir Reginald do not appear to be very good friends yet, said Edith, in some embarrassment.
Why, no, I am not sure. He certainly was admired, and he is rather handsome. Don't you think so? But Florinda, though the sweetest creature in the world, is a little capricious. That between ourselves, though, and I blame Madame Latour entirely, for whatever faults my daughter may have. I don't quite like Madame Latour. She affects a style of dress which is absurd, and wears her petticoats so very short, to show her foot, which, by the by, is not well shaped. Such display is very bad taste, and quite defeats the object,
glancing at herself in a mirror with great complacency.
To tell you a secret, my dear, but this is quite in confidence, I half suspect her of a design upon Sir Reginald. It is rather ridiculous, to be sure, for Madame Latour is by no means a young-looking woman. In fact, that is one great advantage we blondes have over brunettes in general. We retain a youthful appearance much longer. However, it is certain he paid her great attention at Florence, and was much more in my house than I thought either proper or agreeable.
Reginald, an admirer of Madame Latour? Edith could not believe her ears. And yet with what vivacity he had met her! How she sickened at the thought! How degrading to Sir Reginald, to herself, to harbour it for a single moment! While these thoughts passed through her mind, Lady Elizabeth went on.
Madame Latour is of a good family, and so was her husband. To be sure, she is older than Sir Reginald, but that is nothing. A few years one way or other makes little difference, and he certainly did admire her and paid her great attention. But, however, it may have been merely pour passer le temps.
Could Reginald, her own betrothed, have condescended to flirt, pour passer le temps, with a Madame Latour? Oh, how Edith's pure and devoted heart rose at the suggestion!
I should not be sorry to see Madame Latour well disposed of,
continued her ladyship.
She is rather de trop now. Indeed, I had no intention of keeping her so long, for in fact I merely engaged her for a year, as a sort of something between a governess and a companion for Florinda. You understand the sort of person? My own health was wretched at that time, but upon the whole she is objectionable. She talks so much, and is so extremely gross in her eating, quite shocking, and dresses with so much pretension, and, in short, she is become so unpleasant, that I do assure you I shall not be sorry to lose her. But, of course, this is all a secret, and I don't wish to take any notice of it either to Florinda or Sir Reginald just at present. But we shall see how they go on. Did you ever see anything so excessively recherché as her style of dress?
In this manner she continued to babble on for about an hour, resisting all Edith's attempts to return to the drawing-room, from whence issued the most delightful sounds of music.
Yes, Florinda does play and sing very well,
said she, in answer to Edith's remark.
In fact, she would not have been my daughter had she not been possessed of all the requisites for a good musician. But I think she has done enough now. I don't approve of her singing too long at a time. Come, my dear, we shall return to the drawing-room. I have much to say to you, but we shall take another time, when we can have a little quiet talk together.
On entering the drawing-room, they found Lady Waldegrave seated at the harp, pouring forth the full tide of song in strains of perfect melody. Her voice was rich, clear, and flexible, and she both played and sang with much taste and execution.
Florinda possesses every personal requisite for the harp,
whispered Edith's tormentor, as she still leant upon her.
Quite a classic bust, the most perfect hands and arms, and the prettiest foot in the world. How shocking to see women pawing the harp with great ill-shaped hands, or awkwardly showing their long waists and clumsy feet! Such things ought not to be permitted. I have been obliged to leave off playing the harp since my health became delicate. It requires more muscular exertion than Dr. Price thinks good for me. But you shall hear me on the guitar.
Edith's attention was directed to Reginald, who sat apart at a table, with an open book spread before him, his head resting on his hand, which shaded his eyes. Madame Latour sat by him, working a purse, which was every now and then suspended, while she held up her hands, threw up her eyes, and sighed in ecstasy at particular passages in the song. Dr. Price was reading the newspapers. Mrs. Macaulay was sitting with her hands on her lap, listening to what she did not understand. Scarcely was the song ended when Lady Elizabeth exclaimed impatiently,
"Now, my dearest, you have done quite enough for tonight. I must not suffer you to overexert yourself. I will relieve you now. Dr. Price, pray ring the bell for my guitar."
"You forget how late it is, mamma," said her daughter with an air of chagrin,
"and that we are all beginning to get tired even of music." "Nonsense, my love. 'Tis not at all late. My fatigue is quite gone off. I feel as if I could even take a turn in a waltz."
looking towards Sir Reginald, who now fixed his eyes attentively on his book.
"Of course you waltz, Miss Malcolm. Come, let us take a round together."
"Your ladyship must excuse me. My spirits are not equal to dancing," said Edith, and her eyes filled with tears as she thought, "This is the boasted sympathy I was led to expect in our sorrow."
"'Deed, and I think it would not be decent to be dancing,"
said Mrs. Macaulay in a low voice to Madame Latour. "Considering the misfortunes of the family, and Glenroy himself laid up in his bed. Honest man." Sir Reginald saw that Edith was hurt. Quitting Madame Latour, he hastily advanced towards her, and taking her hand, drew it within his arm, while he led her to an open window.
"You are ill, fatigued, I fear, dear Edith,"
said he in a tone of compassion. At that moment Lady Waldegrave rose and called to her.
"Excuse me, Miss Malcolm, but I must wish you good night."
She was then retiring, attended by her friend, when Lady Elizabeth, folding her in her arms, kissed her forehead.
"Good night, my sweetest. You do look
abattu,
but a morning gown in the evening is too trying for an angel. Good night, my charmer. And here comes my guitar. Miss Malcolm, you will return when you have seen Florinda to her apartment, and we shall have a little soft music before supper."
Sir Reginald opened the door for the ladies to withdraw, and as Lady Waldegrave passed, he made her a profound bow, which she noticed with a slight and constrained bend of the head. Madame Latour whispered a few words to him in Italian, then laughed gaily, and the door was closed. "Quelle grâce dans son salut? Vas-tu call bow?" said she, addressing Lady Waldegrave. Then turning to Edith, "Ah, mais Malcolm, votre frère est charmant. Il a fait tourner la tête à toutes les femmes d'Italie."
"Sir Reginald is not my brother,"
said Edith with a blush.
"Sir Reginald n'est pas votre frère, your brother?"
exclaimed Madame, in well-feigned astonishment. "Vraiment, je n'ai pas douté. Ven adouci ces aimables petites attentions pour vous. Mais qui je suis étourdi.
"I do remember that he talked of some time
his bonne petite cousine écossaise." Edith's cheeks glowed, and her heart rose at this insolence. "Que je suis bête to mistake," continued Madame, as if in despair. "Vous me pardonnerez, ma chère Miss Malcolm?"
"Edith, I am sure, looks too good to resent anything,"
said Lady Waldegrave, suddenly restored to good spirits,
"much less so harmless a mistake,"
laughing as she mimicked Madame's pronunciation.
"But your patience is heavily taxed, dear Edith. Mamma has such an inveterate habit of sitting up half the night that it is quite distressing to think of your having to keep her company."
"How extrêmement Lady Elizabeth endeared her estómac by so frequent eating," said Madame Latour in a tone of virtuous indignation. ayez si méchant de souper, vas-tu call dishealthy? Then she will expose ses pauvres shoulders, ses épaules, and they die of the rheumatisme. Edith embraced Lady Waldegrave, and, coldly saluting Madame Latour, returned to the drawing-room, where she had to sit for an hour listening to insipid madrigals and rondos, after which her ladyship, having pecked like a sparrow at everything that was at table, at length retired, and the house of Glenroy was once more at rest. End of section 47. Section 48 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 48. When Lady Waldegrave appeared at breakfast the following morning, she looked still more beautiful than she had done the preceding evening. Madame Latour was as usual by her side, but Lady Elizabeth never was visible in the morning. Dr. Price was also there, as silent and sickly-looking as usual. Edith had planned a little excursion by land and water to show some of the beauties of Glenroy to her guests, and she intended that Reginald should take the management. But her surprise and disappointment were great when she learnt that he had set off early in the morning to shoot. Here was a fresh act of incivility and unkindness, and Edith vainly tried to falter out some excuse for him to Lady Waldegrave, who heard her in silence, while an air of languid dissatisfaction gradually stole over her lovely features. "Ah, le pauvre Sir Reginald!" exclaimed Madame Latour, in a tone of deep commiseration, and heaving a sigh. "If you please, madame, what do you mean by that?" inquired Mrs. Macaulay, with her usual blunt simplicity. "Ah, que je le plains," continued Madame Latour, as if not hearing Mrs. Macaulay. The cough and the trot of Amelie were now heard resounding in the stillness of the warm, sunny morning, and presently she was descried passing the window with her load on her back. In another second, the loud, broad tones of Mr. Maddow were heard interrogating the servant, and next entered the gentleman himself, his face, "round as my father's shield," every line and lineament big with triumph and exultation, and standing out in bold alto relievo. The customary salutations were scarcely over before it was obvious that Mr. Maddow's exclamation would not be that of Hamlet, "Let me not burst in ignorance," but rather that of his father's ghost, "I could a tale unfold." It was also evident that the secret with which he was burdened was of an agreeable nature, as not all the respect with which he strove to address Lady Waldegrave could master the inveterate "Hock, hock, ho," which burst forth even on his introduction. Seating himself at table, he fixed his eyes on her with a stare of astonishment, and while he stuffed one side of his mouth to its utmost extent, he discoursed at large with the other, and accordingly began,
"It's most amazing to see how young people shoot up. It seems no time since your ladyship was a little fair-haired missy in a frock, with a doll in your arms, and now you are quite a full-grown lady. It's really wonderful to see the changes a few years bring to pass."
"I cannot apply that observation to you, Mr. Maddow," said Lady Waldegrave, with a smile, "for as far as my imperfect recollection serves me, you have undergone very little change during those years." Mr. Maddow bowed after his manner, then, with a hock, hock, ho, replied,
"That's precisely what some of my good friends find fault with me for, my lady. They say that I ought to have changed my state before now. Hock, hock, ho."
"'Deed, then, and I think so, too," said Mrs. Macaulay, with her usual simplicity. "If you had a wife, you would maybe like to stay more at home. But better late than never. I don't think but what you'll get a wife yet, Mr. Madow."
Had you ever any doubt of that, Mrs. Macaulay?
cried Mr. Madow, in a tone of pique.
I was not aware that ever I had professed celibacy.
"Well, then, I declare from your face I think you're going to get a wife now, Mr. Madow. You look so croose and canty," said Mrs. Macaulay.
Oh, you're a witch, Mrs. Macaulay, just a witch,"
repeated Mr. Madow, with one of his exuberant roars.
"If you had lived 100 years ago, you would have stood a fair chance of being burnt."
"Oh, as sure as death, then that's just owing that you're going to be married, Mr. Madow," exclaimed Mrs. Macaulay, in that accent of joyful surprise which always attends the discovery of a marriage. "And was it not clever in me to find it out? 'Deed, I think it was. I declare I'm glad of it, for I think it will be a great improvement to you, if she is a sensible, well-principled woman, which I hope she is."
Well, there's no keeping anything from you ladies. You really are most amazingly acute. At the same time, I'm not sensible of having committed myself in any shape. Hoc, hoc, ho!
"Ah, comme il fait chaud!" exclaimed Madame Latour. "Le pauvre Sarah-Genal!"
By the by, I was missing a certain gentleman,
said Mr. Madow, with a significant glance directed towards Edith.
"But I hope he's not to be long absent, as I'm anxious to come to an understanding with him regarding certain arrangements that shall be nameless. As we're both bound for the same port, we must take care not to run foul of each other. He's had the advantage of me at the starting, but I suspect I'll make the harbor before him. Hoc, hoc, ho!"
This metaphorical flourish was, of course, Greek and Hebrew to the whole party except Edith and Mrs. Macaulay. The former colored and was silent, but the latter exclaimed, "Well, that's right of you, Mr. Dow, just to tell the truth, and not to think shame about it. What for should not people tell when they're going to be married? And marriage such an honorable state? As sure as anything, I'm very glad you're going to be settled at last. Ben Bowie, are not you happy that Mr. Madow's going to be married?" "Surely, surely," said Ben Bowie. "Has she any money?"
"Why, as to that,"
said Mr. Madow with an air of great dignity and conscious elevation of soul,
"I have never made fortune my principal object. I consider it beneath a man of honor and integrity to lay himself out for money. At the same time, I would not quarrel with it if it came in my way, and upon this occasion the lady's fortune is suitable. Indeed, I may say, pretty handsome."
Edith tried to utter some complimentary words on the occasion, but found it very difficult to combine compliments with sincerity. Luckily, Mrs. Macaulay covered all deficiencies. "And what may be the name of the lady, Mr. Madow, if it is not a secret?"
"Why, if it is, it will not be long one,"
returned Mr. Madow, still very consequential.
"Indeed, I strongly suspect the report has reached the country before myself, or I doubt if even my good friend Mrs. Macaulay, with all her wit and shrewdness, would have taken me up so cleverly. It's amazing how a report of that kind spreads. It was for that reason I wished to lose no time in communicating the event myself to my excellent friend and patron, for I only returned home last night. But before this time tomorrow, I have no doubt it will be over the whole country."
"The lady's name is Miss Kalina Muckle of Glasgow."
"Well, I think it's a very honest-like name," said Mrs. Macaulay. "I'd once a sister they called Colin, but she died, poor thing, of St. Anthony's fire. And Mr. Macaulay had a cousin that was married a second marriage to a Mr. Mucklehose, a very decent man. I wonder if she can be any relation of his?"
He was a Bailey Mucklehose of Portnook. He was a—"
"The very same," interrupted Mr. McDowell.
"Bailey Mucklehose of Portnook was the father, by his first wife, of the lady in question, but at the time of their father's death they dropped the hose, thinking the other a more fashionable name, which perhaps it is. The Bailey was a most highly respectable man, and left his daughters in good circumstances." "Well, is it not curious to think that you and I, Miss McDowell, you have been so long acquainted, are now going to be connected together by marriage? I declare, I think it is very extraordinary to see how things are brought about. And I saw Bailey Mucklehose once, when I was in Glasgow, about 35 years ago. He was an honest-like, wheedle-father man, with a fine rosy colour. He was a—" "Perhaps you may be able to trace a family likeness here?"
interrupted Mr. McDowell, plunging his hand into one of his huge pockets, and drawing forth, not a discreet or reclaiming petition, as in days of yore, but a small, oval, red morocco case, which, upon being opened, disclosed the full-blown charms of Miss Colina Muckle.
"I'm no great judge of painting, myself,"
said the exulting lover, as he handed it round,
"but it strikes me as being most beautifully painted, extremely high-finished. I can't say I think the likeness altogether so favourable as it might have been. It is painted by a very young man who has just set up."
It is unnecessary to be so minute as the artist was in depicting the charms of the original. Suffice it, therefore, to say there was the usual bad drawing and distortion.
There was a large ivory and vermilion cheek,
and a smaller burnt umber one, a nose all on one side, round pale eyes of different sizes,
a simpering mouth,
a range of hairdresser curls sitting on end,
a wooden arm, a white gown, a yellow scarf, a blue cloud, and a coral necklace.
Few and faint were the remarks passed upon Miss Muckle as she made the round of the table, but luckily Mr. McDowell's perceptions were too obtuse to enable him to feel any omissions.
"I had, of course, to return the compliment in kind, but I doubt the painter did not succeed quite as well with me. In fact, the clerical dress is not the most becoming, in my opinion, for a man to sit in. The gown and bands are rather stiff and heavy, and not so fashionable-looking as one could wish. However, the lady was pleased, and that was enough."
"Apropos of pictures,"
said Edith to Lady Waldegrave, wishing to turn the conversation from the loves of Mr. McDowell.
"have you not yet been able to recollect by whom you sent your picture to me?"
Lady Waldegrave coloured, and in slight confusion answered,
"Yes, no."
Not to a certainty, but I think I shall recover it yet.
"And if not,"
she added with mock gravity,
"the loss will not be irreparable. It is one which I dare say Mrs. Macaulay will be kind enough to replace. Won't you paint my picture again, dear Mrs. Macaulay?"
"'Deed and I will that," cried Mrs. Macaulay in a transport of delight.
"I've painted Miss Edith's already, which I will show to you after breakfast, and I've been wanting Sir Reginald to sit too for his picture, and then when I've done your ladyship, I'm sure I may be well proud, for I'll have painted the 3 greatest beauties that ever were seen."
"Sir Reginald should make a well-looked picture,"
said Mr. McDowell.
"That's still a good likeness of him,"
pointing to a picture of him as a boy that hung opposite,
"though there's not just so much of the pickle in him now as there was then. He was really a wild little dog in these days, as your ladyship may remember. You know what a work he had with you at the first. There was nothing like you,
Poor Miss Edith was thought nothing of. You were his sweetheart and his wife, and I don't know all what, and I was to promise to marry him to you in my kirk, whenever his papa came home. Then you and he cast out about something or another, and I remember him coming to me one day that I chanced to be dining here, in a perfect passion.
Mr. McDowell, says he, you're never to marry me to Florinda. I shall never speak to her as long as I live. Oh, but, says I, Mr. Reginald, how can that be, when you have promised to marry Miss Florinda? No matter for that, says he. I'm determined I'll never marry her as long as I live, but I'm to marry Edith and nobody else. But if you're to change your mind this way, says I don't think I can venture to marry you to anybody. Oh, you may depend upon it, Mr. McDowell, I'll never change any more, for Edith's very pretty, and she does whatever I bid her. Most capital and unanswerable reasons for choosing a wife, says I, and I've nothing more to say. Only you must take care that you're off with the old love before you take on with the new. However, there's been no more changing, and it's all well that ends well. Huck, huck, ho!
With an exclamation at the heat of the room, Lady Waldegrave abruptly rose, and taking Madame Latour's arm, passed into the adjoining apartment.
I hope I have not said anything that her ladyship or you could take amiss,
whispered Mr. McDowell, fixing his great goggling eyes on Edith, as she was also rising.
It was all a joke together, and amongst friends, of course. There's no secrets in these things.
But, Miss Malcolm,
in a still lower and more mysterious key,
I'm really disappointed at not finding Sir Reginald, especially as it seems my worthy friend Glenroy is not able to see me at present. For this change that's going to take place in my own situation, I'm afraid may inconvenience Sir Reginald and you. I beg your pardon, Miss Malcolm, but I'll not detain you a moment.
Following her and laying a great paw upon her arm.
But I find I must be at the manse the greater part of this week, and I also wish, if possible, to preach on Sunday, though there's a certain awkwardness in appearing in the pulpit, too, at such a time. And on Monday I had fixed to return to Glasgow, to be at the disposal of my Lady Fair, who has not positively fixed the day. But I'm in great hopes it will be between and the 27th, after which we must, of course, take a marriage jaunt, and when I return I shall be ready to do to others as has been done to myself. Huck, 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 ho! At the same time, rather than disappoint Sir Reginald, I would, if possible, endeavour to arrange my own affairs so as to be at his service when required. I'm really disappointed at not seeing him, for I've so much to do preparing matters at the manse, that it's not in my power to spend the day here, and I doubt if it will be possible for me to ride over again before I go. I've a mason, a wright, 2 painters, a sclatter, and a sempstress all hard at work at present, besides having all my own papers and books to shift out of the way of my wife's caps and bonnets. However, I take you bound, Miss Malcolm, that you're not to steal a march upon me in my absence. Huck, huck, ho!
Edith would have promised much more to get rid of Mr. McDowell, and giving a hurried affirmative, she disengaged herself from him, and after going a little further into the depths of the Muckle family with Mrs. Macaulay, he once more betook himself to Amelie and trotted away to superintend the adorning of the manse. Edith found Lady Waldegrave seated at an open window, while the zealous Madame Latour was gently bedewing her with eau de Cologne.
Ah, ce vilain Monsieur Marquedu! Exclaimed she, turning to Edith on her entrance. He talks so much, et se voyait assommant, Cette chère Mélodie, elle est neuve, c'est délicate. He has made her what you call sick.
Florinda gave a languid smile while she said, "The truth is,
I have a headache this morning. The breakfast room felt oppressively hot, and Mr. Maddow is certainly very shocking. All these causes combined have made me very useless, so not to bore you with my megrims, I shall confine myself to my dressing-room for the rest of the morning."
Rising as she spoke, Edith in vain assured her the sight of her never could be otherwise than pleasing, and begged at least that she might be allowed to attend upon her. It was evident that when Lady Waldegrave spoke of studying others, she meant only to please herself, and her pleasure was to shut herself up in her own apartment, where Edith left her reclining on a couch, with a table before her, covered with flowers, poetry, and French novels, her lapdog in her arms, and Madame Latour ever and anon touching her temples with eau de Cologne, while a soft breeze from the lake stirred now and then the beautiful ringlets which she had allowed to fall in graceful disorder about her face. It was impossible that Edith should not deeply feel the strange, capricious conduct of her guests, and be also aware that a scene was carrying on around her, the meaning of which she could not fathom. There was, on the one hand, Reginald's coldness and even dislike to Lady Waldegrave, his unwillingness to receive them at Glenroy, his anxiety to hurry on his marriage before their arrival, his rudely absenting himself from them. On the other, there was a visit offered under circumstances certainly very peculiar, and a long journey undertaken for a purpose which seemed to hold no place in the minds of either mother or daughter. The latter had indeed declared her aim to be that of effecting a reconciliation between Lady Elizabeth and Glenroy. But why, while she thus laid upon her own mind to Edith, had she avoided all confidence in return? Could it be possible that Reginald had formed an attachment to Madame Latour, or she to him, and that Florinda's real object was to accomplish a marriage between Sir Reginald and her favourite? Edith's pride and delicacy alike revolted at such a supposition. No, she could not think so meanly of either herself or him. The alienation between Sir Reginald and Florinda seemed mutual, and how, then, could she be desirous of bringing about a union between two people, the one the object of her dislike, the other the friend, it appeared, of her warmest affections? In vain Edith strove to unravel the strange heap of contradictions in which she felt her thoughts entangled. Never was one less fitted by nature and by education to thread the dark intricacies of the human heart. The path of love and duty had ever been plain before her. She had trod it herself in singleness of heart, and she dreamt not, even when she marked her lover's dubious steps, of the treacherous quicksands that lay beneath. End of section 48. Section 49 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 49. But it was not in the present state of the family that Edith could long indulge in vague reflections. She was soon summoned to attend her father in his study, so-called, a room adjoining his dressing-room, into which he had caused himself to be wheeled in his gouty chair. To her surprise, she found he had discarded his dressing-gown and nightcap, and all the insignia of the gout, excepting the fleecy stockings and cloth shoes. His countenance and manner were more than usually calm and benign, and altogether the change was no less agreeable than unexpected.
"I am in hopes I've got the better of the enemy at last,"
said he, pointing to his feet.
"The pain's almost entirely gone today, and I've been thinking that since that poor thing has taken the trouble to come so far to see me, it would be just as well to let her come here at once and have it over, and then she can go when she likes, you know. But if I'm laid up again, she may think herself obliged to wait, and there's no knowing when we may get rid of them. And so, I think, Edith, the best thing will be for you just to bring 'em in here. You can tell them that I still touch the gout. And, Edith, give me that cloak to lay on my legs. These confounded stockings make them look like posts. Stay a little. Don't be in such a hurry. I wish from my soul it was over. What the plague brought them here? And a doctor, too? Remember, I'm for none of their doctors. I'm neither for doctors nor ministers. And so, Madow's gonna get a wife? She must have a fine taste. They ought both to be sent to the treadmill. And how's that old goose, Molly Macaulay, behaving herself?
And so on, till he had landed in the Dew Moss and the Skurridale Woods, Reginald, Norman, and the Black Pony, aware that Lady Elizabeth could not understand, much less, quote, minister to a mind diseased, unquote, her own being nearly in the same state. Edith was desirous, if possible, to prevent a meeting which she was sure could produce nothing but irritation on both sides. She therefore sought to turn his mind from the subject altogether, or, at least, to prevail upon him to postpone the interview till near the time of their departure.
But, with all the obstinacy and perverseness of imbecility, Glenroy's wishes strengthened, and his impatience increased, under opposition even in the mildest form, and Edith was obliged to yield the point and depart on her embassy. On craving an audience, she was admitted to Lady Elizabeth's dressing-room, where she found her ladyship in her robe de chambre, holding a lever of Dr. Price, Rousseau, and Rosalie, and, like another Julius Caesar, dictating to all at once.
Dr. Price finds me pretty well this morning,
said she, squeezing the tip of Edith's fingers on her entrance.
And I have just been giving him directions as to the sort of draught I should like to have today. 'Tis of great consequence to have these sort of things suited to one's taste and constitution. By the by, perhaps Glenroy would like to have one of Dr. Price's draughts. They are really very pleasant. Something like lemonade, but not quite that neither. Dr. Price, you will be so good as mix up a draught exactly the same as mine, and take it to Glenroy with my love. I am sure he will be pleased with this little mark of attention from me.
Edith trembled at the very thoughts of such an embassy,
and almost fancied she beheld the chief's crutch uplifted to smite Dr. Price and his potion to the ground.
In great trepidation, she therefore entreated that the kind intention might be at least postponed, and then delivered the message with which she had been charged,
though in rather softer terms than she had received it. Having come expressly, as was supposed, for the purpose of seeing her husband, it was naturally to be concluded that her ladyship's mind would be quite prepared for the interview, instead of which she fell into a childish flutter at the first mention of it.
You have taken me quite by surprise, my dear. I really feel quite overcome. Any sort of agitation is so dangerous for me in the present state of my nerves. Rosalie, fetch Dr. Price back immediately. You shall hear what he says. I am entirely guided by him. Rousseau, leave the guitar for the present.
Take my music, and look out how my heart beats. I do assure you, my dear, it will be a prodigious exertion for me to meet Glenroy, poor man, at present.
Edith was so utterly void of affectation herself that she could not comprehend its effects upon others, and she therefore gave her ladyship credit for the reality of her tremors. She begged she would take her own time, was sure her papa would wish to do what was most agreeable to her, and so on, till the return of Dr. Price. The doctor was a stupid, inoffensive man, who, for $200 a year, a luxurious home, and his travelling expenses, was contented to trot between his own room and Lady Elizabeth's about 20 times a day, to compound little harmless draughts and powders for her, and to have his advice constantly asked and never taken. The result of the consultation, however, was that her ladyship heroically resolved to go through, as she termed it, with the part she had to perform. Dr. Price was again dismissed, and Edith desired to wait until she should be dressed. Rosalie was then summoned, and Lady Elizabeth, in spite of her tremors, betaking herself to the labours of the toilet, was soon so completely engrossed by them that the dreaded interview seemed almost forgotten.
"I always disliked black," said she, addressing Edith. "There's something so sombre about it. One never looks dressed. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it is actually unbecoming to me. It sets off a fair skin, but then it obliges one to use a soupçon more rouge than I like. Apropos, my dear, one comfort is that black satin shoes are the most becoming things possible for the feet. All men think so. These are made by Melnotte, and I think are perfect," added she, while her maid, with great exertion, was forcing them on, "and fit me admirably. Florinda has got my foot. A model of it was taken for the gallery at Florence. In fact, Princess Pauline was quite jealous of it. My large gold earrings and bracelets, Rosalie. And what shall I put on my head? A cap looks so particularly dowdy in black. My purple hat and feathers. Purple, my dear, you know, is a sort of mourning. There, I think that looks very well. The feathers the least in the world more to the left side, and a ringlet or two pulled a little more down. Now," contemplating herself from head to foot in the mirror, and jerking her head and shoulders, "my gloves and shawl, Rosalie. Now comes the true test of taste," turning to Edith. "In fact, nobody that has not been abroad can put on a shawl."
And at length, equipped like one of the élégantes in, quote, Les Modes de Paris, unquote, her ladyship set forth, leaning on Edith. Then suddenly stopping, she exclaimed,
"But I must have my dogs, and I am sure Glenroy will be delighted with them. Bijou is such a love."
Here Edith was obliged to interpose, and, aware of her father's abhorrence of lapdogs, with much difficulty succeeded in prevailing on her ladyship to dispense with their attendance for the present. On arriving at the door of the study, there was another demur. "I hope it is not necessary that I should say much to Glenroy of the death of your poor brother, my dear. Such a subject would quite overcome me at present. I must try to rouse and amuse him a little, poor man. Don't you think so?"
Another time I shall take my guitar, but perhaps it would be rather too much at first. Indeed, I don't feel equal to the exertion."
Edith, with tears in her eyes, entreated she would make no allusion to the death of her brother, but merely converse on general subjects, and after a little more delay they entered into the presence of the chief. He made an attempt, with the help of his stick, to rise to receive his lady, who advanced, and with a very good grace saluted him after her fashion. Then, seating herself by him, laid her hand on his arm.
"It's a long while since you and I met, Glenroy, and I'm sorry to find you so great an invalid, though, 'pon my word, I think you look wonderfully well, considering. You find the gout very painful, I'm afraid. My poor brother, Hayward, is quite a martyr to it. He really looks almost as old as you do. In fact, he is completely broken down. And, do you know, I am much afraid his son, Lord Lanville, shows symptoms of it already, which is very alarming. He is a charming young man, not actually handsome, but extremely distingué in his appearance and manners. He is a great favourite of mine, and quite le chéri des dames. He is so very sensible and attentive, quite amiable. But he certainly is delicate, and I know my poor brother is at times wretched about him. An only son! Conceive how dreadful if he were to lose him."
Here Glenroy burst out.
"And why should he not lose an only son as well as his neighbours? I know what it is to have lost an only son. My Norman was taken from me whether I would or not. And
He could not go on.
"Ah, true,"
said his lady, in a tone of commiseration.
"That was very sad. But we won't talk of these things, Glenroy. They are too much for us. You must not allow yourself to get hipped. You ought to come to town for a little in the season. We are to have pasta next winter, and I have already secured an excellent box. Her Medea is quite perfect. I am sure you would be enchanted with it. Her despair at the loss of her children was absolutely too much. I assure you I was quite overcome."
Edith saw a storm ready to burst forth, and hastily interposed. "You have got a more pleasing sight to show Papa in Lady Waldegrave. I am sure London contains nothing more beautiful."
Very true,"
said her ladyship, with a nod of approbation.
"Florinda is patrie de grâce, and she will cause a prodigious sensation in the world. In fact, wherever she has appeared, you can form no idea of the admiration she has excited. She has, of course, already had many splendid offers, at least what would have been splendid for anyone else, but Florinda is too young to marry yet. Early marriages are foolish things, you know, Glenroy."
A sort of growl was here ejaculated by Glenroy.
"And late ones worse,"
he muttered to himself. "The weather's so fine, I hope you will soon be able to get out, Papa," said Edith. Then turning to Lady Elizabeth, "Perhaps you will take a drive today in Papa's low phaeton?"
"No, thank you, my dear. I seldom go out when I am in the country. And besides, while I am here, I wish to devote as much of my time as possible to Glenroy. That, together with my letters and music, will fill up my mornings entirely. Apropos, I must bring my guitar next time. I have been practicing that charming little romance to sing to you, Glenroy. Vous me quittez pour aller à la couleur. I think you will like it.
I'm for no guitars, nor anything of the kind,
interrupted Glenroy impatiently.
I take very little pleasure now, even in my own piper, though he's the best in the country, and has carried off the Highland Society's prize 3 times at the competition. And he was his foster brother, too.
Here Glenroy's voice faltered, and allowed his lady to strike in.
Ah, well, we won't say any more about that. We shall talk a little about my daughter.
Your daughter? What's your daughter to me?
Cried Glenroy peevishly.
There's no relationship, certainly,
said her ladyship condescendingly.
But circumstances, you know, have formed a sort of connection, and I should have brought her with me just now to show her to you, but she has got a little of a migraine this morning. She has become rather subject to them of late, and I should be very uneasy if I hadn't the most perfect reliance on Dr. Price. You must allow me to present Dr. Price to you, Glenroy. I am sure you will like him. He is quite a superior person. I assure you I consider my life perfectly safe in his hands.
I'll have none of your doctors,
cried Glenroy.
I desire never to see the face of a doctor. A set of ignorant, upsetting. What did the doctors do for my Norman?
Ah, we won't say anything about that, Glenroy. Let us talk of something else. You have never been abroad, I believe. Do you know, I really think you would find great pleasure in making a little excursion through France and Italy. You needn't stay long in one place, you know, and I think moving about might be of service to you. And, by the by, I can recommend the best creature in the world as a courier for you. Quite a treasure. A Greek, and speaks 6 different languages. My nephew, Lord Lanville, certainly benefited very much by change of climate. I assure you I was quite uneasy about him when he first joined us at Paris, for you know an only son one is always anxious about, and his poor father quite dotes upon him. Indeed, he is deserving of it, for he is a most superior young man, and I have a real regard for him. Besides, to let you into a little family secret, he is distractedly in love with my daughter, and I think she is attached to him. But I don't wish her to marry yet. She can at any time form a brilliant alliance. In fact, with Florinda's rank, beauty, fortune, talents, she may unquestionably be considered the first match in the kingdom.
The first match in the kingdom,
exclaimed Glenroy in a transport of rage.
What makes her the first match in the kingdom? A woman, a poor, insignificant woman, to be the first match in the kingdom? The first match in the kingdom is the man who will come after me, and that man's Reginald Malcolm. And if my son had been alive, he would have been the first match in the kingdom. A woman to be the first match in the kingdom.
And Glenroy actually swelled out with passion. To this burst his lady gave a little weak, angry, affected laugh, then said,
You certainly forget, Glenroy, who my daughter is. Lady Waldegrave is a peeress in her own right, and
a snuff of tobacco in her own right. Pretty rights, to be sure. I wonder what right she has to be the first match in the kingdom. What are your peers and peeresses to me? Creatures made by a word of a mouth or a scratch of a pen. The king could make a peeress of a Turnipshaw, if he chose. He could make Molly Macaulay a peeress, if he pleased, tomorrow. But I defy all the kings on the face of the earth to make the chief of Glenroy."
"Certainly the king cannot make a savage,"
retorted the lady, quivering with indignation and rising as she spoke. But Glenroy despised her too much even to hear what she said, but kept muttering and murmuring to himself,
"The first match in the kingdom? A woman? Any woman? To be the first match in the kingdom? Who ever heard of a woman being a chief? A woman's just as capable of being a chief as this stick."
stamping his own with an air of defiance on the carpet.
"Reginald Malcolm, my heir and successor, is the first match in the kingdom, either of man or woman."
Edith had made many ineffectual attempts to interpose her still small voice between the incensed parties, but in vain. Neither of them would listen to a word she had to say, and all she could do was to follow Lady Elizabeth, as she tottered out of the room, her flounces and feathers vibrating, and her whole dress seeming as though it were a party in her exasperated feelings. She declared her determination of instantly leaving the house. She had been treated with the greatest disrespect, her daughter most improperly spoken of. It was impossible to remain another night under the same roof. Go she would. She must see Dr. Price and Rousseau immediately. Edith strove to soothe her as she best could, but in vain, till at length, with tears in her eyes, she alluded to the shock her father's mind had received by the loss of her brother, and feelingly deplored the little aberrations of memory he had been subject to ever since that sad event. "Oh, now I understand," said her ladyship, brightening up all at once. "I understand," tapping her forehead significantly with her forefinger. "Poor man! But I ought to have been made aware of that circumstance before. It was quite wrong to conceal it from me. Poor man! I am quite sorry for him. At the same time, nothing can excuse the very improper manner in which he spoke of my daughter. Sir Reginald Malcolm to be compared to her! Too ridiculous! A person of no consequence whatever, and an uncommonly disagreeable man. He the first match in the kingdom? Ha, ha, ha! Poor man! But I must see Dr. Price directly. I have been excessively agitated and alarmed." And Dr. Price being summoned, Edith withdrew, and returned to her father. She found him still boiling over, like a huge cauldron, and she was immediately assailed with a torrent of invective against his lady. Upon attempting to explain away the offence, it was immediately turned against herself.
"I always knew you were a weak creature,"
said he, addressing her with an inflamed visage.
"How could you be anything else? Brought up by that idiot Molly Macaulay? Though, to give her due, she's a King Solomon compared to that other woman. What could you mean by bringing a woman that's not in her senses to molest me? A woman that's mad. And you're very little better to bring her to me in the state of health that I'm in. She's enough to make any man mad. I shall quit my house if I'm to be tormented in this manner. Her daughter, the first man in the kingdom?
Match, Papa? She only meant as—
Now hold your tongue, and don't contradict me. Man and match is all one. I know what she said and what she meant. Her daughter? Forsooth, what's her daughter? Reginald never could bear her. He showed his sense, and I should never have let them enter my door, considering how they behaved to him. And where's Reginald? And send Molly Macaulay and Ben Bowie. Are they away to the shooting too, that I'm left alone all day?"
Edith gladly consigned the chief to the hands of his two faithful adherents, to whom he had the luxury of relating his injuries at full length, more fortunate in that respect than his lady, who found less willing and sympathizing auditors in her daughter and Madame de Tour. End of section 49. Section 50 of Destiny, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rel. Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 50. Sir Reginald returned from shooting, and on entering the dining room before dinner, he found only Madame Latour, Mrs. Macaulay, Dr. Price, and 2 or 3 chance guests of no note, who kept apart with Benbowie. Lady Elizabeth was commonly the last to appear, and Edith was sitting with Lady Waldegrave, who chose to remain in her own apartment, on the plea of continued indisposition.
"I wonder what all you young people are made of nowadays,"
said Mrs. Macaulay, looking with eyes of affectionate compassion on Sir Reginald, who certainly had nothing of the free and joyous air of the sportsman, but looked languid and dispirited.
"You are all so tender now, so different from what young people were in my day, when we were so stout and hearty. There's Lady Waldegrave been shut up in her room the whole of this fine sunny day, not well. There's you."
"I hope there is nothing,"
stammered Sir Reginald to Madame Latour.
"Ah, oui,"
said Madame Latour, with a deep sigh and a shake of her head.
"Lady Waldegrave est un peu malade depuis ce matin. C'est sa sensibilité extrême. Ah, si elle voit la tranquillité de Mademoiselle Malcolm, votre sœur."
And Madame Latour heaved another sigh. Reginald was silent for a few minutes, as if mastering his agitation, then said in a calm tone,
"I trust Lady Waldegrave's indisposition is not of a serious nature. Probably it is occasioned by the uncommon heat, which has been almost too much for me. Miss Malcolm is not my sister,"
he added in a less firm voice.
"Ah, que je suis bête! How I do mistake! Assurément, elle ne vous ressemble nullement. Elle est si calme, si tranquille. What you call insipide, n'est-ce pas?"
Reginald colored and was silent, but Mrs. Macaulay had caught at the word insipid as somehow coupled with Edith, and she exclaimed,
"Insipid? You're not surely meaning to call Miss Edith insipid? Or I'm thinking you don't know the meaning of the word, madame. Insipid, you know, means Welsh, and Welsh means insipid, and I can tell you she's anything but Welsh, though she's so sweet and gentle."
"Ah, pardon, Madame Macaulay, si, if I do speak of Mademoiselle Malcolm, that is not proper. C'est une personne très aimable, Miss Malcolm. Et quoique sa beauté ne soit pas si éblouissante, c'est parfaite que celle de Lady Waldegrave. Elle est très bien. Vas-tu call pretty well?"
"Pretty well?"
repeated Mrs. Macaulay, kindling up at this fresh insult.
"Pretty well? Did I ever hear the like of that?"
Then, softening down as quickly as she blazed up,
"But though I'm thinking you're no just so ignorant of our language as you would make us trow, yet I see you cannot express yourself properly, or you never would speak in such a way of Miss Edith, and so I should not be angry with you. Pretty well? I cannot think enough of it. Pretty well means just well enough, and to call Glenroy's daughter just well enough."
Madame Latour either did not, or affected not to understand Mrs. Macaulay better than Mrs. Macaulay understood her, but seeing her displeased, pretended to conciliate her.
"Pardonnez-moi, chère Madame Macaulay, assurément, vous not understand. If you think me capable to say the things of Miss Malcolm, pour vous, à foncer. C'est une personne de beaucoup de mérite dans son genre. Elle n'est pas les grâces, ni l'éclat de Lady Waldegrave, ni son air distingué, ni sa sensibilité extrême." "I don't know very well what you're saying, madame,"
said Mrs. Macaulay, rather impatiently,
"for I'm no great French scholar, But I can tell you, though Miss Edith does not give herself any grand airs, she's as ladylike in her quiet, genteel way as any lady in the land. And though she may not be so showy and catching-like, for all that, hers is the face nobody could ever weary of. It's so good, and so sweet, and so sensible, and so loving, too. I've often thought how she answered to a verse of one of our Scotch songs. I'll let you hear it, and see if it's not like Miss Edith. And she repeated, slowly and distinctly, the most beautiful, perhaps, of all Burns's beautiful verses. Quote, "As in the bosom o' the stream, the moonbeam dwells at dewy e'en, so tremblin', pure was tender love within the breast o' bonny Jean." Unquote. "Ah, quel amour transi!" said Madame Latour, with a shudder, as she turned to Sir Reginald. At that moment Lady Elizabeth and Edith entered, and the conversation of course dropped. All traces of the matrimonial fracas had entirely disappeared from Lady Elizabeth's aspect, for the variety of her frivolous pursuits seldom allowed her mind to dwell long on one subject. Satisfied that she had amply fulfilled her duty by the visit of condolence to her husband, she was now decked out in pink and silver, and smiles, and short petticoats, and white shoes. "Florinda has not been quite well this morning, Dr. Price, and I think she is rather out of spirits. 'Tis dull for her, you know, to be in the country. However, she has promised to join us in the evening. Otherwise, I must make a point of her seeing you, Dr. Price. I wish I could have had her picture as I found her just now. In my life I never beheld anything so perfect. She was sitting at a table, her cheek resting on her hand. You know her attitude. Her hair falling over her shoulders. Tender or free, in smiles or sadness dressed. The reigning humour ever suits her best." "'Deed, then, I think, begging your ladyship's pardon, the fewer humours people have, so much the better," observed Mrs. Macaulay. "Il n'y a rien de plus ennuyeux que les personnes qui n'ont qu'un seul ton, n'est-ce pas vrai?" said Madame Latour. Sir Reginald looked as if he understood the innuendo, and he answered in French, "The human mind has often been compared to a musical instrument. Perhaps most minds may be capable of giving a variety of tones, but it is not every one who has the power of calling them forth." "Ah, oui, mais le jour ne vaut pas la chandelle. Tu vois-tu qu'autre autre cette espèce de personne? Les gens réservés ressemblent, à mon avis, à cet instrument de votre pays, le bagpipe, which it takes such a force to sound." And her glance was directed to Edith, who sat near, reading. "The analogy is not just," replied Sir Reginald gravely. "There are minds like the organ, of great power and melody when skilfully called forth, but it is not every hand that can touch the right chords, or every ear that can appreciate their excellence." And he sighed as he said it. "Ah, oui, c'est what I do say. Il faut de la sympathie dans le goût. Sans sympathie, l'âme ne peut être d'accord. Et c'est harmonie le cœur de vaut rien." Sir Reginald turned abruptly from Madame Latour to Edith, and, as if he felt that he owed her some reparation for the innuendos that had so evidently been levelled against her, he devoted himself to her until they were summoned for dinner. On leaving the dining-room, Edith was fastened upon by Lady Elizabeth,
who again appropriated her to her own particular use as an auditor. "You will go to Florinda, Madame Latour, and, with my love, tell her I desire to see her in the drawing-room by and by. You, my dear," to Edith, "will accompany me to my dressing-room, where we shall be quiet, as I must have a little talk with you. I have much to say, and I shall not have much time, as, of course, we cannot remain long here. And, by the by, I have never properly introduced you to my darlings. I am obliged to keep them in my dressing-room for fear of your large dogs, and that was one of the things I wanted to say to you. You really must have those creatures shut up. You must know, I got Amor and Amoretta from Cardinal Cacciapiatti, an uncommonly fascinating, fine-looking person. He paid me great attention when I was at Rome. I dare say you find this room rather warm, but I am obliged to have a large fire on account of my dogs. They feel the cold of this climate dreadfully. Dr. Price was of opinion that Amoretta's last attack was decidedly rheumatic. Unluckily, her dog-basket has a window, and I think the cold air has streamed in upon her, so I was obliged to have it closed up, which makes it dull, and I don't think she has ever liked it since. If it were not for my eider-down quilt, I don't know how I should have kept them alive. That cardinal really was a delightful person. He thought my pronunciation of the language quite perfect. When you go, you must make a point of getting introduced to him. I think Glenroy would like him." So flowed on the babbling stream of her ladyship's eloquence, and even Edith's patience, great as it was nearly exhausted before it could be brought to a cessation, or she could prevail on her to return to the drawing-room. On entering the apartment, Edith beheld Lady Waldegrave and Madame Latour seated on a sofa, and Sir Reginald leaning over the back of it. A blush was on Florinda's cheek, but traces of deep emotion were visible on Reginald's features as he bent his head towards her and spoke in a low voice. Madame Latour was, or affected to be, engrossed by Fido, whom she was fondling with true French vivacity. A strange, undefinable something, she could not tell what, struck Edith at the sight. "This odious Madame Latour," thought she. It was, however, a mere sudden sensation, unattended by any train of reflections, for as Lady Elizabeth advanced, Reginald hastily broke off from Lady Waldegrave, and, turning abruptly round, joined the rest of the gentlemen, who were standing at some distance. "How charmingly you look, my love!" exclaimed Lady Elizabeth, quitting her hold of Edith for a moment to embrace her daughter. "And what a very pretty dress! That is Madame Belcourt, I am sure. How I wish I had seen it! And how I should have ordered one the same! How extremely becoming!" with an air of chagrin. Then in a peevish tone, "But you ought to have more flowers in your hair, my dear child. Only look at the size of my head, which you know is far from being outré. You forget I have a headache, this morning, mamma," said Lady Waldegrave, evidently annoyed. "Consequently, my head is not able to bear much." "Absurd, my dear," in a peevish tone. "Who ever heard of a headache, or anything else, being an excuse for being ill-dressed? If you choose to say it is your fancy to dress so and so, I can understand that, and it may pass. But I do assure you it is a very bad taste to make anything of that sort a matter of necessity. You must expect to be pitied if you do. And when once a person comes to be pitied, there is an end of her consequence forever. Then pray, mamma, suffer me to hide my diminished head quietly in this corner," said Lady Waldegrave, trying to laugh away her mother's absurdity. "Ah, vous et moi, milady," said Madame Latour, with an air of mock humility. "Devons-nous contenter de porter des fleurs sur la tête? Mais, quant à Lady Waldegrave, les fleurs ne sont sous ses pas. Et à propos, Sœur Régionale, est-ce que votre fleur favorite, quoi, dans cette triste rentrée? Vas-tu go forget-me-not?" But Sir Reginald was by this time deeply absorbed in a book, and made no answer. "Voyons donc ce qui vous occupe," cried Madame Latour, playfully drawing the book from before him. "De la poésie!" And she ran over the lines, as if going to read them aloud. Then handing the book to Lady Waldegrave, "Lisez donc, chère Milady. Votre voix charmante embellira même ces vers." Lady Waldegrave took the book without answering, glanced her eye over the page, and as she closed it, exclaimed, "Ah, there was love!" The play was Count Basil. The lines which had drawn forth the remark were those touching and beautiful ones, uttered as he gazes on Victoria for the last time. Quote, "To be so near thee, and forever parted, forever lost, what art thou now to me? Shall the departed gaze on thee again? Shall I glide past thee in the midnight hour, whilst thou perceivest it not, and think'st, perhaps, 'tis but the mournful breeze that passes by?" Unquote. Sir Reginald's eyes had been fixed on Florinda intently as she read. Then suddenly starting, he said in a hurried manner, "Edith, won't you give us some music?" "Do you remember, Edith? You promised to sing me one of your Scotch songs," said Lady Waldegrave gaily. "Pray let me have one of your oldest of old ballads, and don't lose time," she added in a whisper, "while mamma is busy talking to that very civil, attentive gentleman who looks as if he would listen for half a century." Edith arose, and, as she turned towards the piano, she saw and was struck with the expression of Reginald's countenance. His eyes were fixed on the spot where Lady Waldegrave and Madame Latour were seated, while she passed him unnoticed, unheeded. A strange pang shot through her heart. Her eyes filled with tears. She could not define the nature of her feelings. She would have shrunk from the attempt, even had it been in her power, as she would have done from the point of a dagger. She began to busy herself in turning over the music, as if seeking for something, though she knew not what, till her agitation subsided, and having selected that most beautiful of all Scottish airs, Gilderoy, she began to sing a verse of the old ballad. She possessed from nature a melodious voice, a fine ear, and an intuitive refinement of taste, gifts which, if they did not constitute her a first-rate musician, rendered her at least a very touching and delightful one. But on the present occasion, Edith's powers seemed all to have failed her. Her voice was weak and tremulous, her ear was unconscious of sound, and all her perceptions were of a mixed and painful nature. Aware of her failure, she rose from the instrument, and faltering out in excuse, begged someone else would take her place. Lady Waldegrave attempted some faint commendations, then rose, and was led by Sir Reginald to the harp. Poor Edith's failure was only rendered more conspicuous by Florinda's display. She was in brilliant voice, and, with perfect self-possession, played and sang several beautiful Italian and French airs in the manner of a perfectly well-taught and highly finished musician. Lady Waldegrave was much too well bred to practice any of the little, commonplace, paltry airs of coquetry. At the same time, it might be discovered by a discerning eye that admiration was the aim and scope of all her actions, the stimulus to all her powers. Nothing could appear more natural and graceful than her movements and attitudes, nothing more simple and unstudied than her varied modes of charming. But as La Bruyère says, quote, "Combien d'art pour rentrer dans la nature?" Unquote. Symptoms of impatience were now visible in the countenance of Lady Elizabeth, and Rousseau and the guitar were summoned, which seemed the signal for her daughter to retire from the field. With an exclamation at the heat of the room and the beauty of the night, she rose and passed into the small drawing-room. A few minutes elapsed without anyone following. "Lady Waldegrave va laisser ses gants," said Madame Latour, looking to Sir Reginald, as she held them up. Reginald extended his hand to take them, then turned hastily away, and addressed some remark to the person next him. "I will take Florinda her gloves," said Edith, with an elasticity of spirit she did not stop to analyze, and could not easily have accounted for, and, without noticing Madame Latour's look of displeasure, she seized the gloves, and followed Lady Waldegrave. The glow of excitement which had so lately lighted up her beautiful face had fled, and the same expression of languid dissatisfaction was visible which Edith had formerly observed. "I fear you have fatigued yourself by singing too much," said Edith, and she proceeded to praise her musical powers with all the ardor of a generous and sincere admiration. Lady Waldegrave appeared but little gratified with the commendations, for she received them slightly, and her thoughts seemed wandering while Edith spoke. "I fear you are unwell, dear Florinda," said Edith, at a loss to account for the coldness and abstraction of one who, but a few minutes before, had been all animation and brilliancy. "Oh, no, not ill," replied Lady Waldegrave, in the accent of one who felt rather annoyed than soothed by the injury. "Then surely you can have nothing to vex or disquiet you," said Edith softly. "Ah, Florinda, if you have, would that you thought me worthy to share your confidence." "You would be shocked were I to tell you the cause of my vapours," said Lady Waldegrave, with affected solemnity. "How shall I own to you that I am a little whimsical, and a little, the very least grain in the world, capricious?" Edith felt hurt at the taunting manner in which she was treated, and remained silent. "I see you are shocked, Edith, love. At such an acknowledgment, most people would as soon confess that they lie and steal as that they are in the least degree capricious. But for my part, I have none of that virtuous abhorrence to a little caprice. It certainly renders the character, or at least the manners, more piquant. For example,
I am tired of singing sentimental songs all the evening, and that you will call being capricious, and I now wish to amuse myself by talking nonsense. But I fear you are too wise to talk nonsense, Edith."
"Not on proper subjects,"
answered Edith gravely. "But, my dear Edith, for heaven's sake, don't use such an old governess phrase as proper subjects. But, indeed, I am not aware we were upon any important subject in particular. Were we, Edith?"
"You had not thought it so, else you would not have asked the question,"
replied Edith coldly but gently. "Ah, I am the most forgetful creature in the world, especially when there is such a lovely moon to gaze upon. Come, let us enjoy its beams, and escape the tinkle of Mamma's guitar out of doors." There was an old-fashioned glass door which opened upon a sort of terrace walk, and she stepped out. Edith and she took 2 or 3 turns backwards and forwards, admiring the beauty of the night, while Florinda occasionally warbled a few notes or repeated a line or 2 of Petrarch, then half pettishly exclaimed, "Have you nothing to say on the charms of moonlight, Edith?" Edith, roused from the reverie into which she had fallen, replied,
"Nothing of my own, but I could be eloquent in the words of Ossian. Only I suspect you could not enter into my enthusiasm for our mountain bard. Do you remember the exquisite opening of Thalaba? How beautiful is night! A dewy freshness fills the silent air. No mist obscures, nor cloud, nor speck, nor stain breaks the serene of heaven. In full-orbed glory yonder moon divine rolls through the dark blue depths." "Such a description is quite illustrative of the night," said Florinda carelessly. "But it is too cold and abstracted for me, and so is the night itself, to speak the truth. It wants the charm of an Italian moonlight, the rich, warm, glowing, indescribable charm which there pervades the atmosphere and fills the heart, as someone, Madame de Staël, I believe, has well said. The very perfume of the flowers in Italy produces something of melody on the senses, and, to use her own words, vous approuvez un bien-être si parfait, une si grande amitié de la nature pour vous, que rien n'altère les sensations agréables qu'elle vous cause." This is what she says of Naples. Dear, dear, loved Naples! exclaimed she fervently, as at that moment they were joined by Madame Latour and Sir Reginald. "I cannot join in your eulogium on Italy,"
said Edith,
"as it is still a sealed book to me. But here are those who will, I have no doubt. Were you, Reginald, as much enamored of Naples as Florinda seems to be?"
"Quite," he replied, in an emphatic tone.
"And, like her, do you, too, look with something of disdain on the loveliest of our Highland nights?"
Not with disdain, but with more of admiration than love.
"I thought you had loved your own country, Reginald,"
said Edith pensively.
"I have a great respect for it,"
replied he.
"Love, perhaps, is peculiar to Italy,"
he added with a sigh. "Ah, oui!" cried Madame Latour. "Admirer, respecter, c'est une chose. Aimer, adorer, c'était une autre. Par exemple,
j'ai un profond respect pour vos hautes montagnes et pour vos sombres lacs. Vas-tu qu'aux lacs? Pour vos forêts de pins? Vas-tu qu'aux fields? Et que quelques personnes appelleront le deuil de l'été. Et en vérité, il y a trop de deuil dans vos tableaux. Ils sont tristes. J'aime comme ça régional, le climat à la fois passionné et riant, tel que celui de la belle Italie.
And I, said Edith, however much I might admire and even enjoy the fair skies and the flowers and the melody and the odors of Italy, am sure I should ever love the clouds and the mountains, the firs and the heather of my own native land. To me the very hooting of these owls has a charm, as associated in my mind with all that I love, or ever loved.
She stopped and blushed at her own warmth.
Ah, ma chère, exclaimed Madame Latour,
gently pressing her arm and looking in her face with a smile.
Croyez-moi, c'est de l'amitié, non de l'amour, que vous avez éprouvé. Le hibou est l'emblème de la sagesse. Jamais on ne l'associa avec l'amour.
Edith colored deeply. She tried to laugh, but she could not succeed, for a sigh from Sir Reginald smote her heart. He walked slowly away, then returned with the air of one who is irresolute whether to go or stay. Madame Latour now complained of, quote, a frisson, unquote, and, shivering, hurried into the house. Florinda, Reginald, and Edith remained some time longer, but the two former showed no inclination to converse, and after some fruitless attempts on Edith's part, they all followed Madame Latour's example, and soon after separated for the night. End of section 50. End of Destiny, Volume 1, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier.